Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Il y a un an déjà, presque jour pour jour,
Hello, everybody. A year ago, nearly to the day, we invited you to the Interdisciplinary Research Center. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we had to postpone this rendezvous and change the format of this event. We are therefore particularly happy to welcome you all today to this online conference on digital and heritage and current issues. The call for projects, Digital Heritage, launched in 2017 by the European Initiative of Joint Programming, is the origin of this symposium. The idea is to create the right conditions for scientific exchanges on the digitization of heritage and the exploration of new opportunities provided by digital tools regarding production and broadcasting and dissemination of knowledge. You can follow this conference either in French or in English, thanks to two interpreters, Christian Dos, speaking at the moment, and Stephanie Woolley. Without further ado, I have the pleasure and the honor to welcome our first guest for this opening session, Mr. Pascal Liévaux, who is the chair of the Joint Programming Initiative. He is the general curator of heritage, and he works for the Directorate of Research and Innovation at the General Directorate of Heritage and Architecture in the Ministry of Culture. You have the floor, Pascal.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear
Mesdames
colleagues,
et messieurs, chers collègues, chers tous, c'est un plaisir d'ouvrir cet événement aujourd'hui en tant que directeur, président du JPI CH et de la part des 18 pays européens qui soutiennent actuellement cette initiative depuis plus de 10 ans. C'est un anniversaire triste également parce que cet événement devait avoir lieu il y a plus d'un an à Paris avant qu'on ait dû le remettre à cause de la pandémie. Cependant, je pense que cette année de maturation rend le sujet de ces 2 jours encore plus important et opportun pour la communauté de recherche en patrimoine, car elle appelle à enquêter plus avant sur ce que l'innovation en matière de patrimoine peut déclencher et encourager dans l'optique de construire une société post-Covid juste, durable, verte et inclusive. L'initiative de programmation conjointe qui est dirigée par les États membres a été très active dans l'encouragement à cette innovation et elle a appelé à commencer à envisager la recherche sur le patrimoine en tant que champ de recherche en tant que tel, ce qui voulait dire détruire les silos entre les disciplines et développer une approche holistique du patrimoine, y compris la portée du patrimoine matériel et immatériel, mais également le patrimoine numérique et l'interconnexion entre les deux, en appliquant des stratégies communes et des activités communes également, tout en mettant l'accent sur le développement de la science du patrimoine en tant que champ de recherche interdisciplinaire. Le JPI CH a contribué à la création d'un écosystème collaboratif de professionnels du patrimoine et des ONG afin d'améliorer le bien-être et répondre à tous les défis sociétaux. le patrimoine numérique joue un rôle très important pour rassembler tous les champs de recherche, depuis l'identification jusqu'à la conservation, la valorisation, la médiation et la transmission. Les technologies sont la colonne vertébrale de la recherche sur le patrimoine. Étant donné que de plus en plus on participe au patrimoine, on le ressent et on y a accès par des moyens numériques, surtout après la pandémie. Et ceci requiert de nouvelles connaissances, de nouvelles stratégies de conservation pour une préservation et une transmission durable des biens numériques. Avec l'agenda de la recherche stratégique du JPI CH publié en 2014, nos membres se sont engagés à explorer le lien entre le patrimoine matériel et immatériel et les formes numériques de ce patrimoine. Entre autres, ils sont d'accord pour enquêter sur les formes numériques changeantes de l'accès à ce patrimoine et de nouvelles formes de ce patrimoine. Ils sont d'accord pour ils promeuvent et accroissent la compréhension des bases de données quantitatives et qualitatives et le développement de matériel et de technologies, de procédures pour une maintenance à long terme, un accès sûr, une bonne conservation, une préservation en situ, ce qui prend en compte les critères et inclut les contenus numérisés et numériques natifs. Dans un moment où on est de plus en plus numérique, ils sont d'accord également pour développer des technologies et voir leur impact sur le patrimoine culturel. Pour le faire, ils ont lancé entre 2013 et 2021 six appels transnationaux conjoints pour des propositions de recherche. Et ils ont financé 55 projets regroupant 250 équipes à travers l'Europe. Parmi ces appels, il est question d'explorer les modes de relation, l'évolution qui est en évolution au patrimoine numérique et les différentes façons de participer au patrimoine numérique. Ils sont d'accord pour enquêter les différentes façons dont on peut vraiment conserver le patrimoine avec les communautés et assurer une exploitabilité et une durabilité de ce patrimoine. Vous allez pouvoir découvrir les 8 projets qui ont été financés et qu'on va pouvoir vous présenter pendant ces 2 jours. La recherche va depuis des méthodes de pointe au traitement et à l'apprentissage machine appliqué au patrimoine linguistique jusqu'à la mesure dans laquelle la portée et la valeur du patrimoine culturel sont négociées et reformulées dans un contexte numérique et comment la portée et la valeur du patrimoine culturel sont donc négociés. Leur sujet d'étude est très très vaste, des manuscrits médiévaux aux anciennes pièces de monnaie, et puis il montre également le caractère infini du champ d'application des technologies numériques. C'est très important pour nous de créer pendant ces 2 jours les conditions pour un échange avec le projet de l'ANR afin de mettre en exergue l'articulation et la complémentarité des stratégies et des priorités nationales et transnationales européennes en matière de recherche. À la suite de ces remarques, je voudrais mentionner l'agenda revu, mis à jour, le SRIA, qui a été publié à la fin de l'année dernière et qui représente un engagement renouvelé de la part des membres du JPI à partager des stratégies, des objectifs et à mettre en œuvre des activités conjointes. Ce nouveau SRIA sera lancé officiellement la semaine prochaine, le 16, par un événement virtuel sur lequel vous pourrez trouver toutes les informations sur notre nouveau site web, The Heritage Research Hub. Parmi les grands changements qui se sont produits ces 10 dernières années, que nous voulions refléter dans ce nouvel agenda, le patrimoine numérique joue un rôle important, que ce soit pour des questions d'innovation et d'accès au patrimoine, l'intelligence artificielle ou les pandémies et leurs conséquences. le numérique a été considéré comme un principe sous-jacent dans les priorités des recherches, ce qui devrait, lorsque et où ce sera possible, être appliqué et inclus dans les nouvelles technologies émergentes et les outils émergents afin d'explorer de nouvelles méthodes d'identification, de connaissances, de conservation, de transmission, et ainsi que de collecte et d'analyse des données. Les chercheurs sont encouragés à explorer le rôle de l'intelligence artificielle et des nouvelles techniques non invasives d'imagerie à distance et de mesures non destructives pour l'archéologie, le patrimoine et l'art. Il s'agit également d'assurer une accessibilité et une durabilité. Et ce nouvel agenda reconnaît le rôle important joué par que peut jouer le patrimoine numérique dans la création de sociétés plus résilientes et dans l'encouragement à une plus grande inclusion des citoyens et des nouvelles générations. Il reconnaît également que les technologies numériques sont un composant important de la gestion du patrimoine culturel durable, étant donné les possibilités sans précédent et les défis apportés par la technologie numérique et l'intelligence artificielle, et pour créer également des contenus accessibles et créatifs. Je voudrais remercier nos amis de l'ANF qui ont beaucoup travaillé, et puis le ministère de la Culture pour son implication. Et je voudrais vous remercier tous d'être ici et d'apporter une substance à ces 2 jours d'échange très fructueux. Je vous souhaite une excellente conférence. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you.
Monsieur Liévaux, pour cette introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liévaux, for this introduction. I think that we have a problem. Yes, the interpreter apologizes. Yes, I didn't get the right mic on. So I'll carry on. I'm honored to now welcome Mr. Jean-François Hébert, the General Director of Heritage Architecture at the Ministry of Culture. Mr. Hébert, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I am honored to be the General Director of Heritage and Architecture. I've been in this position only for 3 days, so it's all very new for me, and I'm very happy to open this event organized by ANR and by the Ministry of Culture, amongst others. Of course, the subject is a digital strategy that is fundamental for the Ministry of Culture when it is applied to heritage, be it tangible or intangible, whether it's all about studying it, preserving it and making it accessible. I think that you know that the Ministry of Culture has been engaged for a long time supporting of actions. It supports a number of research along with the Minister for Innovation and also ANR universities, and of course CNRS, the National Research Institute, in the framework of an agreement that is now 30 years old. In the field that is now called the heritage science, that is all the sciences mobilized to study, to preserve and disseminate heritage. The digital plays a cross-sectional and essential role, be it to keep data on a particular subject, but also to produce imaging, including virtual imaging. I'll give you the example for the adorned caves, where 3D measurements were carried out 30 years ago, 3D measurements, and they're absolutely indispensable in order to study and manage these sites, which are highly fragile. I can give you another example because I've only just spent 11 years working on the Château de Fontainebleau, and there we digitized the frescoes in the ballroom, which means that we have excellent data to study, and we have a sort of prototype of what that ballroom is, and if by any mishap it were to disappear, we could rebuild it, reconstruct it, and this is very important. And there is an even more important element, which is that all these digital items can be shared. They're great tools for transmission and mediation and media about those caves. The Archaeology Museum in Saint-Germain-en-Laye has a great portal, which is about the great archaeological sites where you find the adorned caves, and also submarine archaeology and the First World War. And there's also the scientific works being done in Notre Dame in Paris, and lots of scientists work, some working on the materials connected to the restoration of Notre Dame, engineers, historians, physicists, chemists, but also the actual players who carry out the restoration, i.e. the owners. We're talking about curators and architects, and this collaborative work does illustrate what we are doing in this symposium. And of course, there is another challenge, which is artificial intelligence, because our heritage institutions hold a lot of data, and we have lots of questions about this huge amount of data regarding their lastingness and the sharing of them. Especially regarding open science, and our directorate is contributing to the think tank at a European level and a national level through the a group of French archives. So we have both archives and heritage. Regarding the heritage sciences, the data of our research can be used in a new work that has just been launched called Espedon, which is led by the Foundation for Science and Heritage. And it brings together lots of institutions working in all sorts of fields. The aim is to work on tomography, research data, how to keep them, how to preserve them, and how to communicate them. And this huge piece of work is funded by ANR, in which the Center for Restoration of French Museums takes part. I should also like to say that regarding a reorganization process that we have set up, a new structure was created. Actually, Pascal Yvon belongs to it. It is delegation for the inspection, research and innovation, and it is supposed to identify a way, a path for a digital strategy inside the Ministry for Culture. And also, there's also another project coordinated by Italy, And this entails a lot of research on heritage, and there's also, as Pascal said, that this initiative, which is chaired by France at the moment, identified digital as a priority field of research. I think that all these elements, just like Pascal Liévre's speech, that the current context is highly stimulating. There's a lot of emulation going on, and research results will be presented today. And as far as I'm concerned, and also my directorate, it is at the heart of my work, of our work, and I'm very happy about this symposium being held. Thank you very much to all. Have good speeches, and thanks to all the organizers. Thank you, Mr. Hébert, for these stimulating words. You reminded us how data about research are at the heart of this subject. So, as we said several times, that JPI is at the initiative for this symposium. I'd like to thank Mrs. Schweminger-Ladak, who directs interactive education and digital, for accepting our invitation. You have the floor, Rihanna.
Good morning,
Thank you very
everyone.
much.
Thank you very much.
I'm very happy to be with you,
and I'd like to thank the
and I'd like to
organizers
thank
for
the
inviting
organizers.
me. In the initial program, my deputy director was supposed to take the floor today, but she's ill. So in fact, I'm here myself. I am in charge at the European Commission of the department in charge of supporting transformation in the digital world to support heritage, as well as support to the educational system, schools, universities, and to support the adoption of certain technologies such as virtual reality, augmented reality in the industrial and cultural areas. So I'm going to continue in English. It's easier for me if you don't mind. And I am going to go through my slides. The next slide.
Pushing forward the digital technologies in the area of cultural heritage specifically is a very important topic for the European Commission, because it is an area where we see there are still and increasingly significant risks of irreversible damage or even complete destructions. And at the same time, we see that digital technologies bring a huge potential to better preserve, better restore, better conserve, better valorize, better make it accessible, bring more immersive experiences to specific targets like researchers, architects, people hoping to restore, or to the wider public. And here I've taken the images of Notre Dame de Paris, which really was a collective shock, and a collective realization that this should never, ever happen again. And for Notre Dame, we know that we do have some 3D models. They're not up to date, but still there are. But in some cases where we see that we had accidents, there are no 3D models at all. So we have no basis, digital basis on which we can reconstruct or restore. So this is really a loss for our collective heritage. So why digital? So we all spoke about digital technologies, but it is these technologies that are not anymore emerging. They are advanced technologies. Some of them are even mature. They are key for digital access, for digital preservation, for the promotion, the valorization, but also for the reuse. I'll come to it. And we see that digital technologies have also many valuable applications, also in different kinds of reuse for education or for tourism. And this goes virtually for every advanced technologies that I'm mentioning. So the speakers before me spoke indeed about data, about artificial intelligence, but also 3D, which has become really one of the key technologies when we want to digitize in a most comprehensive manner and to be able to capture important information like data, metadata, paradata, and also cloud. If we want to be able to access information, share information, more and more we will have to have cloud-based solutions and infrastructures. So really, these technologies have become an important tools of pushing forward cultural heritage. And interestingly, what we see in these months, which we agree they have been unfortunate, but they have also served. So what we have all witnessed, the many difficulties that the cultural sector at large had to face. Museums, galleries, libraries, theaters, sites, they all had to close down. Some of them could reopen, others reopen closed. So it is quite of a difficult moment. However, what we have seen, interestingly, is that during already the first confinement last year, many cultural heritage institutions took the opportunities offered by digital technologies to offer online cultural contents in various innovative formats, such as in 3D, 360-degree videos, VR experiences, and countless live and interactive online events. And also we saw that many cultural institutions, museums started offering engaging daily online rendezvous to keep the audiences there. And the emerging trend, which is very interesting, is that because of this new innovative offering that we saw, new audiences, young audiences were able to discover and to engage in the context of the stay-at-home limitation. And it is promising because of these new digital means and ways, we see signs that there will be a stronger interest by a larger audience when the sites and museums, when they reopen. So there is really a lot of potential there. Now, yeah. So an important part, in addition to restoring, conserving, preserving, valorizing, it's also the reuse aspect that we can have when we digitize cultural heritage assets. We see that, as you can see on the slides, we have countless reuse possibilities, be it for education, for social sciences and humanities, for entertainment, but also, for instance, for tourism. And we have all realized to what extent tourism is important for the European economy. And tourism, cultural tourism counts for 40% of tourism in the EU. So the culture sector and the cultural heritage specifically is an important driver of this sector. So the support by the Commission, all right. So the support by the European Commission has been there for a number of years now. And it is based on a number of key instruments that you can see on the slide. And it is not my purpose here to go into them, but they are there. So and I'll just pick one or two to be able to explain how we are progressing on this front. So until a couple of years ago, we focused primarily on digitization, on online access, on preservation and reuse. But now what we see is that we also have to accompany cultural heritage institutions in their digital transformation and in the digital capacity, because this is really paramount to be able to reinforce cultural heritage institutions to engage in digital and to manage this digital shift. One of the main instruments that we have, sorry, let me go back. So I'm struggling a bit, but it's fine. I think this should be the right one. All right. So one of our main instruments is the policy framework that we have for digital technologies in support of the cultural heritage. It is already 10 years old, and we are revising it because we can only agree together that the cultural heritage landscape has evolved a lot in these past 10 years, and that the opportunities provided by digital technologies have also, there's a lot to exploit from digital technologies in many, many areas. And we have been carrying out over the past months a number of consultation activities to reflect how we will shape our new policy framework for cultural heritage through digital means. So what we see is the huge potential of advanced technologies such as 3D, such as artificial intelligence, but also like VR and AR. We also see, and the previous spoke about data. So what we see is that data is an essential asset, not only for the economy, but also for society and also for our cultural heritage. And the quality of data is a central part. If we want to be able to use and reuse data also in other parts of the economy, we will have to move on and have high quality data and high quality data sets. In our conversations with the sector, we also see the need to advance digital literacy and digital skills. And it is paramount for cultural heritage institutions to be able to engage in advanced digitization and making collections available, that they master the digital skills for digitizing, for publishing online, for creating engaging and interactive experiences. And also the previous speaker spoke about the nature of cultural heritage. We know that, as he said, it is infinite scope. We're not speaking only about tangible, intangible. We're also speaking about natural, about digital born. So there is a variety, there's an infinite scope on the kind of heritage we're speaking of. And today's culture is tomorrow's heritage. So we need to create that link also, that forward-looking aspect. So all these elements, this thinking will be important for us to really reflect in this new policy that the Commission will be discussing now with member states, and we will be presenting it in June, July, to really bring the means to support cultural heritage institutions in this digital shift. Now, let me mention very quickly some little tools that we have been developing over the past months, and some of them a bit over the past years, but we have been, refocusing them so they really address better the needs of the cultural heritage sector today. So one of them is, is the guidelines that we published last year. And we did it together. It's a co-creation exercise with the cultural heritage institutions who would like to engage in 3D and who do not have the big means to do it. So this is a guideline which is supposed to be simple and which allows them to use 3D models, and it gives them tips on different aspects such as digitization, the safety aspects, the purpose to have in mind, the copyright aspects, the kind of quality that you need to look for, preservation, and so on. So it is available on our website, and I really encourage you to make the best use of it. And if you couldn't have access, please let me know via the organizer, so I'll be happy to provide the link. The next initiative I would like to speak of very briefly, because we don't have much time, is Europeana, and France has been a big supporter of Europeana, which is now already 12 years old. So it is an open platform that gives access to 50 million digitized objects, but it is also an ecosystem of more than 3,500 museums, galleries, bookstores, and archives, and we have a lot of European actors there. And it's a vibrant ecosystem whose mission is to empower cultural heritage institutions in their digital transformation. So the objective of Europeana today is to develop and offer to cultural institutions tools, expertise, policy to engage in this digital shift, and to encourage partnerships and foster innovation within the sector. So the current 3 priorities of Europeana is 1, to strengthen the infrastructure. so cultural heritage institutions can provide their content and their data. The second aspect is to improve the data quality, because what we see that if we want to have larger audiences, if we want to be able to reuse the digitized assets, quality is paramount. We really need to increase and to make that step change to have high quality data, high quality content. And the third pillar of Europeana is capacity building, which I already mentioned. So we know that the needs of cultural heritage institutions are many and they're varied. So it's difficult, to achieve across the board a kind of consistency in the digital output, and also the mindset aspect. So the building capacity is important to be able really to support and push cultural heritage institutions in this digital transition. So to all the participants who are not part of the ecosystem, it's really a warm, invitation to join the ecosystem and really to be able to take benefit of it. Now, through Europeana, we also aim at creating spillovers, and because I mentioned tourism, given the challenges for tourism last summer and still today, this was the latest campaign that we did to highlight the hidden jewels of Europe and showcasing all the touristic, the cultural highlights of as part of the Discovering Europe overall campaign. In the past year, and in the overall last 7 years, we have been investing in cultural heritage. So my predecessor spoke about the JPI, which stems from the Research Innovation Program. So in H2020, which was one of the two programs we have been, in my unit has been active, we were quite successful. We're happy about it in bringing together different important players of the sector, interdisciplinary, because this is really important when you speak about cultural heritage. We need to really bring together different disciplines and a different point of view to better valorize and also better reconstruct and restore cultural heritage. And this is a strand of work that we will be pursuing in Horizon Europe. I'll come to it at the end of my presentation. So in last year, within H2020, one important toolkit that we launched was this competence center for the digital preservation and conservation of cultural heritage, which has just started now. And our objective that it will support and it will help professionals in their technical support in relation to advanced digitization, notably 3D advanced digitization. It will also help and advise institutions in terms of access to finance, in terms of support on legal publishing requirements. So the objective is how can we provide a hands-on support to cultural heritage institutions who want to engage in advanced digitization such as 3D, because that is really paramount. And the idea is really to increase the overall quality of digital preservation initiatives and to foster a better use and reuse of digital assets. And the last initiative I would like to mention here, it's an experiment that we did as a last call. So in our many conversations, we saw that small museums were struggling to adopt technologies. So we designed a call specifically for them to allow them a space to test and experiment technologies. And we have just closed the call, and we will be selecting the project. So it's going to be a very interesting lesson for us to see when you have in this cultural heritage sector, which is very vast with different needs, where you have big, small, and medium-sized players. How can we better target the support we are providing in terms of needs and in terms of sizes of the institutions? And I will, I think, finish with this last slide, because I think I have already spoken a lot, is the future. Because we have a lot still of challenges, and we have a lot of needs by the sector. And we will be supporting cultural heritage in two ways from my unit. So we will be supporting the uptake, all the research and innovation that is still needed through Horizon Europe in Pillar 2 that you see here, under the cluster called Health, Culture, Creativity, and Inclusive Society. And in terms of digital technologies, we will have strand of works to see how can these digital technologies further advance the restoration, the conservation, the preservation, the understanding of cultural heritage, and how by bringing multidisciplinary teams, by bringing the different sciences, the different social sciences together with digital, how can we advance the understanding and the preservation of cultural heritage? And the second strand of work that we will be doing will be under the Digital Europe program, which is a new program which is there to support the deployment of these technologies. And in the Digital Europe program, we will be building on what Europeana and the ecosystem of Europeana has done. We will be building a data space for culture, to create this data space where the information, the content, the data based on digitized cultural assets can flow, can be shared, and can help to better valorize, better, how to say, made usable, reusable, and most of all, it can be made accessible and enjoyable by the public at large, because at the end of the day, we should not forget about our audiences, which is the general public. And with this, I'll leave you, and I'll be really happy to connect with those of you who would wish to connect. And thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, Martine. You're muted.
Cool. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Rihanna. Thank you for your presentation. Yes, you've given us quite a few leading directions there for the next Horizon Europe project. I'm sure that will be interesting a number of people in our audience today. And I'm glad you stressed the importance of the quality of data. There is so much potential. The reuse of data, as you mentioned several times. So thank you again. So to close our opening session, I would like to invite Thierry Damerval, who is the CEO of the French National Research Agency, ANR. Thank you very much, Martine. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to be here to welcome you on behalf of the French National Research Agency to this great seminar. First of all, I'm very happy because, as Martine Garnier said in her introduction, we should have been able to meet up 1 year ago in a beautiful research center, very original architecture, located right in the heart of Paris. And I remember the exact moment we had to decide with Martine that considering how the situation was evolving and the health issues, we would have to defer the event. And I'm very happy it is being held today, but I certainly hope that in the future, we will have the opportunity to invite you to Paris for future seminars. The second reason I'm so happy to be here today is because of the theme of this seminar. The challenges we are facing have already been very well presented this morning. I'm myself struck when preparing this seminar the whole idea of heritage science and the involvement of digitization now on all levels, cultural, tangible, intangible. It's amazing. And the second point that was also brought up by previous speakers is how we can see to what extent all of these approaches and skills come together, different scientific disciplines, quite a variety of players working together. It is truly interdisciplinary. This is essential. And this really stimulates creativity, opens new prospects, both for knowledge production, transmission, and sharing of our cultural heritage, and of course the impact it has as well on society. The images of Notre Dame, for example, were brought up earlier, and of course, yes, you can see just how important heritage is in today's societies. Now, naturally, there have been a number of scientific advances we will be discussing, some fantastic results. I would like to mention one major field for our ANR research agency in France with our joint cultural initiative in 2014 and our program at that time. And I would like to thank here at the opening of our seminar, Charles Giry de Loisin, who is the scientific director at the ANR, and the support they gave to this joint program for cultural heritage and global change. And in connection with the digital heritage call for projects, and there will be some fantastic projects presented to you today and tomorrow. We supported that to a great extent. In fact, more and more, because in 2015, we created a specific theme for our major call for projects, which is for generic projects, we call them. It's called Digital Revolution, Relations to Knowledge and Culture. So since 2015, this has made it possible for us to support projects in these fields. And this is truly related to knowledge, digitization, and culture. We'll be talking about that today. We are also continuing with another theme, which is culture, creation, and heritage. In terms of the projects we have specifically supported, there are a certain number of them that you will be hearing from today and tomorrow. I'd also like to stress that digital research in the area of heritage have also benefited over the last few years and will in the future from significant support from our program for investments for the future. You may not be aware of this program. It's an investment program, major program for investments in the future decided on by the French government. And it's quite original because it can support with major resources long-term projects, typically 10-year-long projects. The ANR is the operator, and we're in charge of the implementation in higher education and research, and specifically in the digital and heritage field. We can see that there are about a dozen what we call Center of Excellence laboratories that have already been specifically supported through our Investment for the Future program. We have provided them with structural facilities for research. We have also developed several action plans, not just in research, but also in the fields of training and education. I think all of this illustrates the vitality of research in digital humanities, and especially as applied to heritage. We can see the various projects in the fields of archaeology, text analysis, studies of languages, art restoration, music, and many other fields. It's such lively and area with quite a lot of vitality that has been picking up over the last few years. We are interested in both fundamental research as well as in enhancing the value and the digital value of our heritage. I would really like to thank the JPI Patrimoine et Changement Global, the European Commission, DG Heritage and Architecture at the Ministry of Culture here in France, all as partners for this event. I would also like to welcome all of our institutional partners here today and the representatives from the various countries involved in the JPI joint initiative. And with all my heart, sincerely, I would like to thank all of the speakers for this seminar. I am so impressed by the beautiful projects currently being carried out. And I'd like to thank the organization team of this seminar that prepared this great program for us. And I really hope that these 2.5 days with 3 panel discussions and the 2 poster sessions, as well as the presentation of our IOLI collaborative platform, will lead to new exchanges in such a worthwhile and important field. Thank you so much, Martine, especially to you for everything you've done. Your involvement has been fantastic. I hope you have an excellent seminar, and thank you again. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Thierry. Thank you. I think we can now declare this seminar, Digital Technology and Heritage, officially open to discuss challenges and issues. So let's meet for the roundtable, our first panel discussion in a few minutes.
Bonjour de nouveau à toutes et à
Hello
tous.
again, everybody. We will carry on with this symposium, and before anything happens, I would like, it was mentioned by Mr. Damerval, and I know that Pascal Liévaux and Charles-Géry Deloison join me to thank very warmly the organizing team whose tenacity and efficiency have overcome all the obstacles. So Léa Orlandi, Ministry of Culture, Sylvie Contrepoix, Catherine Sauvaget, and Vincent Poisson from ANR. They really were hardworking in the organization of this symposium. Now, here is the first round table, which is a critical approach of digitization and heritage. It will be moderated by Mrs. Florianovic, who is the head of the Cultural Heritage Division for the Ministry of Culture, and she's in charge of the National Heritage. And I should add that you sit on the decision-making body of JPI. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to moderate this discussion. The aim of this session of this afternoon will be to identify and challenge the main constraints that researchers come across in the process of digitization of cultural heritage assets. These constraints might be of different nature, social, economic, even political, and of course technical. These constraints not only limit the process, but create risks of misinterpretation. And we will analyze today this by presenting some critical approaches which are applied to the patrimonialization of heritage via digital technology in order to reduce interpretation biases. We will watch and listen presentations of 4 projects funded under one of the calls of Joint Programming Initiative Cultural Heritage, each of them relating to a different area of heritage, both tangible and intangible. I would like now to present our first speakers and their project, the project DREAM, the Dictionary Grammar Reading Machine Computational Tools for Accessing the World's Linguistic Heritage. The project refers to the diversity of the world's some 7,000 languages, which embody a wealth of information on human cognition and the history of population. As languages go extinct, the linguistic heritage of humankind increasingly resides in grammars and dictionaries, which are rapidly accumulating, but at the same time accessing this heritage entails that the descriptions are available and that they are read by someone. Availability is a problem because publications are often difficult to access. The project therefore combines proficiency in natural language processing with expertise in linguistic diversity, as is supported by an institution with decades of experience in developing and storing archives of linguistic information. And this project will be presented to us by 2 researchers, Harald Hammarström, who's a senior lecturer in general linguistics at Uppsala University. He has a background in both computer science and linguistics, and he has a very broad linguistic interest spanning all areas of the world, but specializing in minority languages in Papua, Africa, and South America. His research activities span from documentary fieldwork in Papua, Indonesia, classical linguistic analytic work, typological databases, and NLP for lesser-known languages. He's currently focusing on large-scale empirical and computational approaches to linguistic diversity, genealogical area relationship, and language university. The second researcher is Mr. Guillaume Ségeret, who studied African languages at Université de la Sorbonne Nouvelle and went on to do a PhD at the Bijogo language at the same institute. Since long, he is chargé de recherche en linguistique at the Lacan Laboratory of CNRS in Paris. He has been involved in numerous projects concerning West African languages and beyond, both of the classical linguistic kind and in the emerging field of database-driven large-scale computational linguistic work. In particular, he is the single architect of the Reflex project that serves high-quality lexical sources for comparative historical and lexical semantic studies. Thanks to his long-term commitment to field studies in the speaker communities in West Africa, he is leading experts on the Atlantic languages and the typology of African languages. So, with no further delay, we will proceed to the first presentation. Professor Harold Hammarström, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to present the DREAM project, which is an acronym for Digital Grammar Reading Machine. This project has legs in 3 countries. There's a French leg, which is responsible for the dictionary part of the project. And there's a Dutch leg, which is responsible for some data extraction. And then there are two different places in Sweden, one of which is an institute which does a long time archiving of linguistic sources. And then we have partners and advisors in other universities around the world. The impetus for the project is that there are 7,000 languages in the world, and information about them, you can traditionally find them in dictionaries and descriptive grammars. And the people interested in these dictionaries and grammars are researchers in linguistics, but also speakers of minority languages around the world. And also there's a certain amount of laymen which who like to peruse this kind of information. Here are 2 examples of what I mean by grammars and dictionaries. So on the left you have the front page of a book which describes a language called Yidin, and on the right there you have a dictionary of French onto 2 vehicular languages of Central Africa, Lingala and Sango. So those are grammars and dictionaries. Most of these books and dictionaries are spread out in rare libraries around the world. And a big part of this project was to sort of make a listing and collect and digitize all the sources and organize them properly according to what kind of document they are and what language they describe. So the collection has, as you can see in the table on the slide, a great many documents of various kinds describing a great many languages. And this collection, it's not complete. It doesn't contain every book that's written about every language, but it does. It is quite extensive in that it has at least 1 book for at least 1 language in 99% of the cases, which is not a small job. And this is why this project is worthwhile, because ideally all of this information could be made available in a much easier way than to scour the libraries around the world to researchers and speakers and other interested people. So what we want to do is to, I mean, once they're digital, we can also have much more advanced search tools for researchers. And for the speakers themselves, a lot of them have smartphones, and that's the perfect place to put a dictionary in the modern world, as opposed to a decaying book that you would otherwise have to carry around with you when you need it. And also, not only do we want to help researchers with the search interface, but there's also the prospect of actually the computer extracting information out of the grammars and puts it straight into a database. So the procedure, how we try to achieve this is, of course, first we have to digitize the works in question. And there's a full bibliography that everyone can access. And then once they're digitized, we do optical character recognition so that the text data in the languages can be accessed, in the sources can be accessed. And then we use modern tools from the NLP world and the machine learning world to do this search enhancement and information extraction. For the dictionaries, the point was to help the speakers who are often interested in dictionaries in minority languages around the world to put them on the smartphone. So once you have the dictionary in a good digital format, then it's actually not rocket science to port that into a nice dictionary app on a smartphone. So, and that is one leg of the project, and you see an example here. And for enhanced search infrastructure, the Gothenburg leg of the project already have a big search interface which can search a lot of texts, not only grammars. So we put the grammars there, and then, for example, a researcher interested in tone can go through a very large number of grammars now that they're digital, compared to what he or she would have to do if they were in book form. And then it helps you with links and ranks and all kinds of other things. And when it comes to automatically extracting information out of the grammars, sometimes some pieces of information are so well behaved that there's a single keyword that almost completely gives away the information. So, for example, some languages have postpositions and some have prepositions. Typically, the languages which have one of the other kind will have a lot of occurrences of the term preposition versus postposition in the actual grammar. So the computer can go through all these grammars and produce statistics in all its detail automatically. And then for the people who are interested in this particular aspect of language and linguistic theory, why some languages are postpositions and why some are prepositions, their work would be much speeded up. On the other hand, it might not be so, some information that's of interest might not be singled by a specific keyword. It might also be that you have to take a deeper look at the text and try to parse the sentence of the grammar to get at what you want. And one technique to get at this is to use so-called frame semantics to extract information of this more complicated kind when it's not signaled by a specific keyword. And those examples I just gave are well behaved in the sense that they abstract away from some difficulties that this and similar projects would entail. Namely that the optical character recognition works quite well on the language used for the description, but the description will contain a lot of data from the language itself. So, and the optical character recognition techniques of today don't actually work well on languages or terms in languages for which the recognition engine doesn't already know. So we cannot really hope to extract specific terms from languages, which would have been nice. What we can extract are terms in the meta language describing the language. But it's conceivable that this might be possible at some level. Furthermore, what we would really like to do is to let people, researchers and other interested people access the treasure trove of information that's contained in these grammars and dictionaries. And the books themselves are copyrighted, but the information in them is not copyrighted. So we want to somehow be able to give you out the access to the information which is not copyrighted without breaking copyright restrictions, which we are happy to respect, but the information is actually not copyrighted or copyrightable. And then there could be a whole science into the question of how you can get that information in more advanced ways than the very well-behaved case where a single keyword signals the information. So having said that, I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And I understand that the other speaker would like to add something to this presentation, as we still have some time left at this point.
Well, I don't have much to add. I mostly deal with the dictionary part of the project. We have this in my lab in Paris. We have this huge database on lexicons from African languages, and we are putting some of them on smartphone apps. And we are also reshaping the whole database interface to make it more user-friendly for the general public, so that we can give access to data from more than 1,000 African languages to the whole world, actually. So that's what I could add, but I will be happy to answer any question, of course.
Okay, we will move to the questions in later after all the 4 presentations.
Okay.
But if I may just ask a question of clarification, because the challenge you took on is huge. You want to target 99% of grammar of all languages in the world. I assume, not being at all a linguistic expert, that a large number of those languages that does not have a written form. It's only spoken languages, I assume. So how do you deal with this? Do you have audio recordings?
There are researchers who write down information on languages which the speakers only speak but don't write down. So that's why there are books about languages which are not written any more than that particular researchers writing.
Okay, and while we wait for the other presentation to start, can I also ask you about the OCR that you mentioned on rare languages? Because I also assume this was a big challenge, since I assume the quality of the materials, the base materials that you use for this OCR is very, very different. Was that one of the biggest challenges? And also the writing systems, I assume, are also quite different, especially in reference to rare languages.
Yeah, and that's why it doesn't work on the other writing systems. But you are right also to point that the quality of the original document puts a limit on how good the OCR can be. But it's not clear to me that this is something that can be solved by better OCR. Maybe it has to be solved by better quality original documents.
Okay. And you only refer to the languages that are still being spoken, or the extinct languages as well?
Extinct languages also. So if there's a grammar and dictionary of Latin, it should be in there.
Okay. Good to know, just in case. Okay, I think we will be shortly moving to our second presentation, the project Material or Matériel. It will be presented to us by 2 researchers, Romain Pakanowski, who's a research scientist at INRIA Bordeaux Sud-Est since December 2020. And before, he was a research engineer at CNRS, and he received his joint PhD from the Universities of Montreal and Bordeaux in 2009. And then he was a postdoctoral fellow at CEA, where he worked on BRDF modeling and measurement of retroreflection. He was then a postdoctoral fellow at BlackRock Studios. This is a Disney video game company, where he worked on real-time rendering of physically based materials. He has a strong background in light transport simulation and appearance modeling with BRDFs, but also enlarged his expertise to appearance measurement. And he was the local project coordinator for the ANR materials, where he was responsible for the development of a large appearance acquisition device, La Coupole, to digitize ancient clothes. And Mr. Pakanowski is accompanied in this presentation by Madame Solène Nieto, who's in charge of collection at the Museum of Ethnography of the University of Bordeaux. She's been holding this position for the last 10 years, and she's in charge of collections management, inventory, documentation and research, management, preventive conservation, and electronic dissemination as well. In the frame of the ANR material, she has piloted the work of the collections, specifications, selection of artworks, packaging, and actively participated in the preparation of the restitution exhibition. And this project referred to a museum, one of the museum problems. Museums have conflicting constraints. On one hand, preserve the artifacts they are storing and make them available to the public. Cultural artifacts are fragile and light sensitive. So 3D scanning is often used for sculptures, but it's limited. 3D printers are also limited in the range of colors. So this project addresses the full chain of material acquisition and restitution. The idea was to scan cultural artifacts, capture older material geometry, and reproduce them. I will not give you a full description of the project, as we are now ready with the presentation, and I will pass the floor to our next speaker, Romain Pakanowski. The floor is yours.
Merci, thank you very much. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Donc, je vais vous présenter
Thank you very much. I'm going to be presenting the material project that started back in the end of 2011, when I was lucky enough with Xavier Garnier to meet a person in charge at the Ethnographic Museum of Bordeaux, which is a museum that belongs to the university. It's kind of special, and we have a research program and the mission to preserve heritage. Professors are involved in this and involved in exhibits. Quite a diverse collection. You can see on the right the ceramics and metal collection, and then there are other collections that are quite more complex and harder to exhibit, such as the textiles. And so this was where we got involved with Ms. Nieto, and the museum wanted to work with us, including the IT department. They wanted to digitize the textile collection to make it more accessible and present it to the public better. So to be successful with the application for this project in 2015, we had to meet the different players and continue until 2019. It's always a huge transdisciplinary challenge, because you have to understand what your colleagues' concerns are, and you have to find a common vocabulary. You have to do this if you are going to be able to draw up specifications, because to digitize textiles in the collection, you need to draft specifications in terms of exactly what you want to do, what level of precision, and what is possible with the time you have and the financial resources you have. What we chose to do in this project was focus on Asian clothes collected in the 19th century. It was from the Trocadero Museum in Paris, from the Far East and Indochina. You can see here from beautiful costumes, such as the robe here, or everyday clothing on the left for daily wear. These are truly testimonies of the techniques used, the customs and the conditions of life of people at that time. So when we decided to submit the project to the ANR, we had two additional partners. On one hand, the OC company, which is a subsidiary of Canon, And the objective was to print the digitization of the textiles. And then the Maverick team in Grenoble that helped us with the modeling aspects of the digital data acquired and the appearance modeling. So it was a really interdisciplinary project with ethnographic objectives for preservation, understanding better where they came from. We also had technological objectives in terms of research on digitalization and printing in 2.5 3D, and the specific nature of these very fragile textiles was taken into account. So today I'll give you more details on the digital aspects and our acquisition system done with these partners. You can see University of Bordeaux, CNRS, and the Institut d'Optique. What was our objective? On the qualitative level, what we wanted was to see on the screen what you see in real life, identical. Now, of course, this sounds like a simple objective, but it's a lot harder to actually realize. There are a lot of restrictions when you're dealing with museum objects. Conservation is important, light damage, potential light damage, deformation, touching the object or any chemicals, etc., can be a serious difficulty when you want to digitize. So we have developed technologies that are non-invasive and that are based a lot on optical systems, of course. Before presenting my dome system, I'll tell you about, I wanted to explain a little bit what we are trying to measure here. On the IT level, we're trying to show the appearance, the composition of geometrics on one hand, and the reflectance, the optical properties. So geometrically speaking, it's a bit intuitive, describing the surface, the 3D points, their position, and then the orientation or direction with the normal 3D points. And reflectance is the reflectance of colors, for example, but what interested us was to measure what we call the reflections, the FDRB, or BRDF in English, the bidirectional reflectance distribution function. It's a bit theoretical, but it's fairly easy to understand. The mirror can reflect perfectly back on in a matte format in different directions. So we developed this acquisition system called the dome, la coupole. Here you can see what it looks like inside. It's a system where the sample is put in on the tabletop here. It's a multicolor textile piece of clothing. And initially, a robot will take a 3D scanner, and this phase is where we are able to acquire the geometrics of the shape of the object. This is done in a two-stage process. First acquisition, then we take out the 3D scanner and replace it with a camera. The camera will take pictures as directed. You can see this. And the LEDs in red. So every time the LED goes on, we capture photos and the reflective properties with the DSLR camera. So for each point of the textile, to give you an idea of how this works, I put together this little video with an outside camera. We are filming the actual process we use for acquisition. The outside camera is not very quick, so you have the impression that there are several LEDs lit up at the same time, but that is not the case. Once that has been done, we go on to obtain this 3D digital reconstruction with the geometrics, the reflectance properties, per geometric point measured, and this makes it possible for this woman's vest from Tibet to see the entire object. I'm presenting these results as preliminary only. We're still working on them, but here's what we're already capable of doing. We can zoom in, we can see the geometrics and the reflection. Now, I'd like to take a little time to talk about calibration of the system without going into all that mathematics, but you must increase the precision through the calibration, and it will help you with any uncertainties you have. So this is extremely important and interesting because it will reduce interpretation bias. When certain specialists in archaeology or other fields want to work on this and these digital facsimiles, they may wonder whether what we are showing them is accurate. But this is why our system is so worthwhile, so strong, because from end to end, we are able to eliminate these uncertainties. To give you an idea, there are several aspects involved in calibration. One aspect is once we have the 3D scanned object and the camera, we need to be sure to project it precisely onto the 3D geometrics. This is a lot of work. It's the first stage of calibration on the geometrical level. Then second, we do the radiometric calibration in a more classic way to make sure that each pixel will in the end have the right physical nature and size. Once all this has been done, we get down to this level of resolution and uncertainty. As you can see, our objective was 100 microns. This comes from the qualitative objectives and what we can actually see. So 200 microns, in fact, was achieved, and reflectance 550 microns. In terms of wave resolution, we're a little above what we thought, but for the uncertainties, for the spatial geometry, the actual surface here, 30 microns, but angular uncertainty, it's a lot harder and a lot more complex because it's not a direct measurement. It's the result of the resolution on the geometrics. So that's a little under what we were hoping for, and then 300 microns instead of 100. But that means we have more work to do, and we will resolve this issue. Now I'd like to show you some of the results of our exploitations. 10 textiles from the museum's collection, 120 tera octates of data, you can see. And in particular, I wanted to show you the belt buckle of the Chinese emperor. This is one of the results we have achieved here. You can see how we were able to capture the reflectance with natural light, ambient light, and the fabric as well. All of our results are available in Textile 3D that we've extended until May in Bordeaux. It's very difficult because you can't see the exhibit right now, of course, with the museums being closed, but you can see our initial printing 2.5 digital, and you can see the difference, 2.5D for these pieces of materials we had scanned. And then you can see the work done by Miali, which are some partners that spun off and created their own company, and they have even more impressive results here than we did, and this happened a year ago. So let me sum up the material project. Quite a few success stories on the ethnographical level, better documentation on how the garments were created in the first place. The ANR is aware of that. Help with restoration, that was success as well. And of course, we were able to have come up with our acquisition platform. and in quite little time, in actual fact, considering the scale of research projects. And this will be very useful for other projects as well, which is always good and makes us feel even more enthusiastic. We are concerned about the future challenges in acquisition. We would particularly like to work on these aspects, have even more precision, and the measurement time also. We would also like to modify the system so that we can measure certain objects with harder optical aspects than just reflectance, such as the oiseau here in Paris that you see. We need to have a wider frame also. How can we develop more mobile systems for more higher volume objects? And in certain cases, there are objects that you just cannot take to the laboratory. They may be attached to furniture or other things like that. Then we want to work on instrumentation, measurement. There are also purely digital issues we need to work on. How can we better exploit measurements? How can we research this, compress data even more, while yet making sure that the accuracy is there, so that experts in social sciences can use these, and they won't have to take, for example, the textiles out of the museum or out of the cases to work with. We want this to be realistic in 3D. We need to measure the torsion and elasticity of the thread as well, which is another project. And then we want to work on the conservation measures with this very dense system. I'd like to congratulate the Conservatoire National for 3D data that has been providing solutions for long-term archives. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'd really like to thank Antoine Lucas, who developed the dome with me, and Xavier Granier, who helped me with this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting and very impressive presentation. I'm sure you've achieved much more than your initial objective, because what you presented to us is definitely much more than we can see in real life. I have a very technical question. How many objects were incorporated into your projects, and what was the scope of the range of types of items that you've used?
So in the material project, we decided to only measure like 10, not 10 clothes, but 10 portion of 10 clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, what was the second part of the question?
How different were they in type? Were they all of the same?
Oh, no, they're quite different. Some of those got like a fish skin, others got some kind of I mean, yeah, the very different type of fabrics actually.
Okay.
For example, the buckle from the Chinese general is made of velvet, but also I think of like a gold button.
Okay, so we will talk about this later on. Now I see
Solène Nieto could give much more details about that.
Okay, so we will go back to Solène right in our Q&A session, as she has informed me that she will be available for the Q&As. I would like now to slowly move to our third presentation by Dr. Gilles Pasternak, who is an associate professor of social and political photographic cultures at the Montfort University in the UK. And his research investigates intersections of photography with politics and cultural heritage practices, mainly in the context of Israel's multi-ethnic society, 20th century Polish history, and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In 2016, Professor Pasternak worked as academic consultant for the BBC foreign film Smile the Nation's Family Album. His work on personal photo collections has also led to his appointment as visiting professor of photography and cultural heritage at the Ankara Studies Research Center in Koç University, Turkey. In 2020-21, and to his appointments as senior visiting researcher and collections advisor at the State Museum of Fine Arts of the Republic of Tatarstan in 2021-22. In 2017, Professor Pasternak co-established the DigiConflict Research Consortium to lead the project, Digital Heritage and Cultural Conflicts. The project explores the impact of digital heritage on contemporary engagements with the past in specific national frameworks of Poland, Sweden, and Israel, focusing on oral history, photography, and multimedia museums as some of the most common media used to digitalize cultural heritage. The project responds to the call's critical engagement with digital history, digital heritage trajectory, endeavoring to challenge widespread claims about the universality and democratizing abilities of digital heritage. Even though digital heritage maintains the potential to increase cohesion across nations and social groups, it might be equally used to cement elite power structures or define what counts as cultural heritage. So, without further ado, I would like now to give the floor to Professor Gilles Pasternak. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paulina, and thank you very much to the organizers for putting together this wonderful event, despite the obvious challenges of our time. I want to start the presentation by taking us back to the year 2009, when the right-leaning Israeli Prime Minister's office recognized digital space as an environment capable of enticing Israeli citizens to engage with national heritage. And it also identified domestic photo collections, or family photos, if you will, as cultural resources well suited to trigger their interest in the Israeli past through emotional appeal. Since then, the State of Israel has funded a community-based initiative for the digitization of domestic photo collections across the country. And the growing number of photos gathered from thousands of Israeli households have been maintained in a centralized database, which is normally used for the curation of public historical exhibitions, blog posts, public history workshops, and cultural events more broadly. As such, the database diversifies Israel's national memory to feature the site of ordinary actants and include their informal representations of the Israeli past. However, different invisible factors dictate who can contribute to the expansion of the database, what types of photographs are admitted, and how they are documented. Any well-conceived initiative would have had its own set of aims, objectives, and set of priorities, so it should not appear suspicious that the Israeli database is selective and protective of its scope. It does raise some significant questions, though, as regards whose heritage the database contains and how this process of organized digital heritagization conditions the cultural perception of those otherwise personal photographs. Now, as many of us will have known, since the beginning of this century, the discourse of digital heritage has aspired to promote the diversification and accessibility of heritage collections and the inclusion of non-professional stakeholders in heritagization processes, that is, in processes that identify and define what counts as an asset of cultural heritage. With this in mind, at DigiConflict, we've investigated what diversification and inclusion may entail in the context of nationally framed digital heritage initiatives. And we've therefore worked with heritage professionals, policymakers, and stakeholder communities to evaluate what factors other than national politics affect digital heritagization. We believe this is an important question because the way digital heritagization is implemented inevitably determines what counts as heritage, how heritage assets are interpreted, and who can benefit from the assets most, namely the state or its people. The case studies we've worked with have led us to identify subjective perception, heritage protection laws, and digital literacy as biases that condition the creation, realization, efficacy, and therefore the interpretation of any digital heritage asset. In this presentation, then, we want to share some of our project's findings that shed light on the ways these three biases intersect in the process of digital heritagization. Our intention is to identify areas that necessitate further attention from heritage professionals and policymakers with a view to reducing biases in the interpretation of digital heritage assets, which of course is the theme of this panel. Although subjective perception is a relevant bias to this conversation, it conditions definitions and the treatment of both digital and non-digital heritage. In fact, it is perhaps the most powerful bias already discussed vastly by heritage scholars, whether in connection with tangible or intangible heritage. And for that reason, in the context of this presentation, we felt it would suffice to acknowledge its equal relevance to the study of digital heritagization, but we would like to focus on the other two biases. So considering digital literacy, we don't merely think of the skills and abilities needed to operate digital machines or digitization devices. In our project, we've extended the definition of the term to include knowledge and understanding about how to use digital technology purposefully, that is to the advantage of society or indeed to the advantage of one's own self. As such, the bias of digital literacy conditions not necessarily who can contribute to digital heritagization, but mainly who can practically and meaningfully participate in this process, namely who can influence what aspects of an identified heritage asset deserve digitization and what would be the relationship between the origin of the asset, its digital representation, and its sociocultural interpretation. In Sweden, for example, DigiConflict followed the transformation of interviews with migrants into cultural heritage assets and their absorption into a national museum of cultural history. The interviews were instigated by the Swedish Migration Agency back in 2015 as part of a government's campaign to make the stories of migrants heard across the nation. The agency interviewed 100 individuals and documented their words in writing, that is, by pen and paper. These words were later used to craft a communicative narrative about each of the interviewees, and these were then made readily accessible as digital stories via the online database MikTalks, which was operated by the Migration Agency. Now, 2 years later, the Nordic Museum in Stockholm acquired the MikTalks campaign, including the interview documents and their digital renditions. From data that we gathered from the museum, we've learned that the museum's interest in the material emerged for two reasons. First, the 2015 refugee crisis made stories about migrants an area of sociocultural interest. And secondly, the museum has been under pressure from the Swedish government to expand its digital collections in order to comply with EU policies on cultural inclusion and diversification of cultural heritage more broadly. The digital MikTalks were incorporated by the Nordic Museum into its own database of living memories, which normally features life stories submitted independently by members of the public. Although the migrant stories have been tagged as MikTalks, visitors to the database would be practically unable to realize that the words used in the MikTalks are in fact purposeful representations of the words the migrants spoke during their interviews with a government agency responsible for the approval of their migrant status in the country. This is because in the museum's database, the digital stories perform as authentic digital representations of the migrants rather than as partial records of a complex cultural occurrence underpinned by structures of unequal power relations between the Swedish state, a heritage institution, and the virtually voiceless migrants. We can see here the very same interplay between formal heritage institutions, stakeholders, and digital literacy, as we've seen in the digital heritagization of domestic photo collections in Israel. In both case studies, interpretations of assets are conditioned not by their contributors, but by those who know and understand how to benefit from the possibilities offered by digital technology. Predictably, most often those are formal heritage institutions, not least because heritage professionals would have normally had the technical means, professional training, and an inevitable bias to fulfill the requirements of state policies. One issue then that we would like to highlight in this regard is the mutual yet unbalanced reliance of stakeholder communities and formal heritage institutions on one another in the creation of digital heritage. On the one hand, largely in line with inclusion and diversity policies, the heritage sector calls upon communities to contribute to the development of digital heritage. And on the other hand, communities rely on heritage institutions and their digital literacy capabilities to capture their perceived heritage assets for their own benefit as individuals and as a social, cultural, or national community. The bias of digital literacy therefore leaves contributions made by communities rather exposed to manipulation and exploitation, not so much as a consequence of any malicious intention, but simply as a result of the contributors' limited digital education, experience, and expertise. Their inclusion in attempts to diversify heritage collections and displays may therefore still result in their exclusion from the digitization process in which, according to our findings, heritage assets and their significance are actually defined. The bias of protection has an equally problematic consequences in the context of digital heritage initiatives, specifically those based on cooperation with donor communities. A pertinent example comes from one of DigiConflict's case studies in Poland, where the focus of attention was narrative museums, mainly because they commonly draw on heritage assets sourced from communities. Instead of presenting a collection as such, narrative museums, as you may know, tend to comprise participatory spaces for immersion of visitors in multiple sensory experiences of pasts that unfold as visitors progress through the show. To facilitate such experiences, such exhibitions usually employ an array of digital media and material, such as digitized audio witness accounts, photographs, and scenography, alongside more traditional physical objects. So at the heart of the narrative exhibition curated by the Museum of the Second World War in Gdansk, for instance, are approximately 2,000 objects, a large portion of which were donated or loaned by war veterans, survivors, and their heirs. The museum's curators generated digital records when designing the exhibition in order to capture the object's social biographies through digitization of historical photographs and digital recording of audiovisual oral histories. Many of these records have been deployed in the resulting exhibition to secure connections between the physical historical objects and the historical circumstances that made them so significant. But as legal definitions and institutional policies occasionally still lag behind developments in the heritage sector and the realities created by digital technology more broadly, heritage assets can gain legal recognition in Polish museums only if they are written into the museum's inventory. The exhibition's digital content is not covered by heritage protection law subsequently, as legally in Polish museums, as opposed to Polish libraries and archives, it must be pointed out, in Polish museums, only material objects can be written into the inventory. As a way of conclusion then, I would like to go back to the case study with which I opened this presentation. Some relatively young and digitally savvy individuals belonging to marginalized communities in the context of Israeli society have made their minds not to contribute to the state initiative that I mentioned earlier. First, because they see it as an endeavor trading distinct cultural identities for homogenized national heritage. And secondly, because they understand that even if they were able to gain more influence over the digitization process, their contributions would not enjoy legal protection and be susceptible to alteration as a consequence. These otherwise voiceless individuals articulate insightfully how the biases of protection and digital literacy not only affect the perception and interpretation of digital heritage assets, but how they equally lead to the exclusion of communities most capable of diversifying cultural heritage and to the subsequent repression of their perceived heritage. So at DigiConflict, we collaborate with communities and organizations in the heritage sector to learn what can be done to increase the trust of communities in the sector's ability to digitally transmit their heritage into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was especially interesting as I deal with this type of heritage myself in my daily job. And of course, I know the question of the Museum of the Second World War very well. And it is true that what can go into the inventory of museums in Poland has to be tangible, material. However, museums have within their aims protecting both types of heritage, including intangible, and this is where we understand the digital as well. But I might make you like the idea that we are actually reviewing our active museums as of right now. It's from the mid-90s, so it's not very archaic, but yet we've gone a long way since then, and in several areas. It requires improvement, and we just started working on it right now. And it was one of the issues that were actually raised: how to deal with the digital content of museums, and how do we protect it. All right, so good to know. Okay, so we now move to our last but not least speaker, or actually speakers for the project MemoMimes, about converting memorial traces into numerical mediations, the case of mining memory. Before we move to the presentation, I would like to present the speakers. It will be Professor Sylvie Lelay-Merbiel, professor of the Polytechnic University of Hauts-de-France, director of the Visu Laboratory, editor-in-chief of the RIHM Review, Journal of Human-Mediated Interactions. Professor Merbiel was also scientific advisor at the Ministry of Research and Higher Education of France from 2007 to 2014. Her research areas are informational intelligence and human sense making, with a focus on document engineering, especially visual and audio documents. She is accompanied by Professor Stéphane Chaudiron, who's professor in information science and member of the Jericho Research Laboratory, and head of master's degree program in business intelligence at the University of Lille. He's a member of the Association for Information Science and Technology and of the International Society for Knowledge Organization. He's also former president of the French chapter of ISCO. His research fields are knowledge organization and information practices analysis. And the MemoMimes project itself is challenging the issue of conserving facts and events about cultural heritage notably those on the verge of disappearing. So we are talking here about the endangered cultural heritage. The project thus seeks to preserve memories and lived experiences of individuals by transforming them into memorial traces that can be accessed by all through a digitalized archived corpus. The corpus can be remediatized for specific social usage and presented in transmedia memorial places. So, with no further delay, I would like to pass the floor now to Professor Sylvie Leleux-Mariel. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paulina. Je vais présenter en français.
I'll be giving my presentation in French. Thank you and good morning. We're very happy to present our MemoMine project to convert memorial traces into numerical mediations in the area of mining memory. We worked with consortium with Plinam from UNALCO, the Asian and Oriental Language Institute, also with INA, the French National Audiovisual Institute will be presenting their work, and then the Jericho Laboratory in charge of indexation and the metalinguistic resources we used, whereas Plidam worked more on the digital archive corpus. And then the Divisu Laboratory was in charge of the presentation to the public, exploitation, and analyzing how individuals took on board these digital memorials. So we need, first of all, to define two aspects involved: the industrial heritage, where the mines were located, the production places, such as the pits, the mine head frames, the slag heaps, things like that, communication networks, canals, railways, residences where people lived, such as mining towns, and the places where people received services, because in the mines they had their own schools, they had their own festive areas and places to meet, and churches. This is truly both tangible and intangible cultural heritage, as understood by UNESCO, which are works such as languages, rights, beliefs, places, historical monuments as well, that come together, and all of these dimensions that leave a trace. So one of the issues we had to deal with were the intangible memorial traces. Those traces preserved by the individuals themselves in their individual memories. We call them their incorporated individual memories. This is major work, because there are less and less survivors from the mining days in France, at least in France anyway. So this heritage is starting to disappear. And this is why we need to start constituting memorial traces and make them available to everyone for the purpose of using them with the public through different media, particularly young generations, remotely, for example, or through transmedia installations in memorial sites. To go on, going to ask Stéphane Chaudiron to take over for the part he was involved with. Thank you, Sylvie. Since I worked on preserving and transmission of tangible and intangible heritage, particularly in danger, we are committed. We're interested for two reasons. First of all, preservation, conservation of this culture that is so rich, particularly with the migrations, since the mines were exploited in the Nord-Pas-de-Calais region in France for such a long time. So there are cultural traces over the decades that have come together, intertwined, and we want to preserve this culture and the linguistic aspects as well. The second aspect is how to design tools that will allow us to index, note, catalog, classify, categorize all of the intangible and tangible objects having to do with mining heritage. To do this, we established two knowledge organization systems. One more traditional, which is a thesaurus of mining heritage, not just mining and geology. Of course, there are already thesauruses in that area. We wanted to have an open, interoperable thesaurus, SKOS. And then in addition, we have an ontology of mining heritage. We did that based on the CDOC CRM model, which is quite well known in the mining field. Now, methodologically speaking, the thesomine thesauruses, we have our version 1.0. It's accessible now. We have been working on identifying all of the lexicons, glossaries, terminology bases that we have been able to collect. We extracted 33 lexical resources, and this comes from terminologists, linguistics, other scholars, as well as former miners that have blogs and have put together lexicons and things like that, glossaries. So we identified all of these resources, and we came up with about 2,400 terms that we completed and systematically analyzed them and compared them to the press, such as the Voix du Nord newspaper from 1990 to 2020 with 1,000 articles. And we also analyzed a video collection that was from the Visu laboratory that showed the results of footage from former miners speaking. It's also multilingual in a way because we took into account regional dialects and the Ch'ti culture, the various ways they say things like pits or other terms in the mining field. We want to safeguard this linguistic heritage. So we have the lexical descriptions, of course, that make it possible to add all this. And we could use in the future Italian, Polish, Belgian, Moroccan, because we wanted to take into consideration the entire diversity of the mining community. So this thesaurus is in its, as I said, version 1.0 so far, with 558 descriptors that were defined, 764 non-descriptors we use to allow us to have a full-fledged representation of the entire heritage. You can see this in the pictures, the press photos, pictures of places where former miners were cared for, schools, and another important aspect, we developed application notes, such as in a classic thesaurus, because it should be used by documentalists in the future and documentalist specialists. So this thesaurus, thanks to the human infrastructure we had available with the Open Teso platform, which is completely open source. This was one of the commitments we made to the ANR in the beginning of the project, was that all resources, the thesauruses, terminology, the ontology at the end of the project would all be available in open source. So currently this 1.0 version is being evaluated in-house, but we have other outside partners, such as the Museum of Mining in Saint-Étienne, that is currently evaluating the thesauruses. It's very interesting for us because in that region, it's not the same language sometimes as the mining regions in the north of France. We get a twofold outlook. And then we're working with the Documentation Center in the mining region, the Architecture, Urbanism and Environmental Council in the north of France, and the Historical Center for Mining in Leeward. Our second objective on the linguistic level was to design, now this is currently being completed, the ontology of mining heritage. We had to make a selection for several reasons. I can't go into all the details. We decided to opt for CDOC CRM, which is an international standard for modeling knowledge on heritage, and it corresponded to the roadmap called Open Data from the French Ministry of Culture. We identified 47 classes among the 89 that were proposed in the model in its 6.2.1 version, and 50 properties that we felt relevant out of 149 proposed. We are currently instancing this model with interviews that are taking place right now. This will allow us to come up with our hierarchy of core classes, CRM, that will allow us to map all of the players, the material objects, the intangible aspects, the places, the dates. One of the scientific aspects that interests us the most, I can't go into detail, is the complexity of this model compared to how knowledge is represented in the mining heritage up to now, which involves a number of problems. As you can see in this slide, this is based on the testimony of Jean, a former miner. It's from an excerpt of what we captured. The excerpt here, as you may be able to tell, is testimony from Jean on the film Germinal, directed by Claude Berry in 1989. And it's quite interesting because he's a former miner talking about cultural representation of the work done in the mines. So it's a story within a story. It can be really interesting from this standpoint. Of course, the objective here is to model all the intrinsical knowledge of these people by not using the extrinsic knowledge offered by the team working on the modeling at CDOC CRM. Of course, this means it's highly complex. This idea of being as close as possible with the model in terms of granularity and knowledge, and on the other hand, being able to have the model work. And this has led to a number of issues.
Oui, vas-y.
Alors, Okapi, donc
Okapi now. This is as a transition. Okapi is the platform developed by the Institute for Audiovisual Collections in the INA, National Audiovisual Institute. This platform is sort of a test platform for us because we can load the video footage. We can use a visualization display interface with a time code, and we can test the ontology. Our model, the CDOC CRM model, as well as the SCOS model for the thesaurus using Okapi. Wonderful. Yes, let's go on quickly. The Okapi model of our INA partners and PDAM, which is a platform devoted to mediation via web services using audiovisual archives, sound archives, all kinds of archives. And as Stefan was just saying, the ontology and the work on indexation can be performed this way. Okapi uses traditional representation tools in the semantic web. I'm not going to go into details, but the interest of this tool is that is customizable. You can customize it exactly as you want as a user. So You can identify your own excerpts, your favorites, your own audiovisual descriptions. You have fair time. You can use the tool for editing purposes to preserve certain excerpts that you can merge with others without transforming your initial rushes. Then the third aspect for enhanced media, here we're talking about presentation to the public. Sometimes when people are present, for example, during guided visits, such as in the northern region of France, as you can see here, where the Visu laboratory is located. So we showed a certain number of prototypes that were designed and implemented and tested with the public. One to integrate the video testimony of former miners that had been recorded on a TV screen during one of these visits. From this test, the visitors said that the testimony was absolutely necessary from these former miners. So we feel that is a real priority testimony given, and particularly because there will not be many left around in the near future. We did another test using the video mapping technique on a mock-up. Here you can see a mock-up of the Darngenberg site. A visit offered to the public close to this mock-up with a soundtrack with the voice of former miners. We also tested in augmented books that were printed, but that you can consult using augmented reality and using a tablet or a smartphone. This immersive system, and here it's like a serious game. You're in a special room called the Hangman's Room, where the miners hung up their clothes. And the idea is to find objects and visit this room using a game. We digitized photometrically these images using drones. So we have thousands of photos that will make it possible to reconstruct this in 3D for various exploitations. Here, these will be used for the Germinal series, for a TV series based on Zola's book. And finally, here you have an holograph paper ghost technique where the miner is in 3D but transparent. So you can see the set behind him, and he's talking to the public with the possibility of using simulated interactive dialogue. That's what I wanted to share with you. And thank you very much for your attention. And of course, we're available for any questions.
Thank you very much. This was extremely interesting, especially for me coming from a country with 3 mines on the World Heritage UNESCO list. To sum up, I have to say I'm very happy to see that none of you mentioned financial obstacles. So I guess this means that JPI is working quite well. There haven't been many technical constraints. So my question to any and all of you is, which obstacle, which risk you would find as number one, as a sine qua non condition to perform your project? Which one of you would like to take the floor?
I can start, perhaps.
Peut-être que je peux commencer. The first peril is the medium with the memories on it should disappear. Most miners, some miners, those that are left, are over the age of 80, so we don't have a long time ahead of us to design our prototypes. We have to be quick. So when we come up against a technical difficulty, which of course happens, we have to get over it very quickly because there's a deadline and it's a powerful one.
of course, we come across this sort of issue in different types of project involving witnesses. And for some other speakers, would you like to add your point of view?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I would like to say that our kind of project really needs time to be fully operational, and the kind of funding that was provided by JPI is very nice, but it's only a starting point. We cannot do the whole thing in only 3 or 3.5 years. So the point would be to make it go on within our institutions, which I hope will be possible, but it's a bit complicated, provided that there are not many positions now. So I'm a little bit worried about the future of that kind of project.
So the need to the continuation.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else would like to add to it? Their point of view.
I think I can link.
Okay. Yes.
If I can, you mentioned financial constraints, and I think you're absolutely right. I personally didn't mention it in the presentation, not least because we don't have enough time, but I think financial constraints are to some extent at the heart of the biases of digital literacy and protection laws. First of all, because the improving digital literacy, especially of communities, requires long-term investments in communities. And by investments, I mean training and quite often, training and equipment quite often means also financial investment on long-term basis. As regards protection laws, I suspect that generally speaking, from some conversations I had as part of my research, and I know that other members of the consortium as well, I suspect that the issue with protection of digital heritage is linked to financial constraints, because protecting digital heritage will require, of course, the constant maintenance of digital technologies and the updating of the digital materials. So I think you're absolutely right to bring financial constraints, but I think I would say it can be cause or effect. I'm not entirely sure whether it is the cause for the bias of digital literacy and protection laws, or whether it's an effect of those.
Yes, thank you very much for this important comment. If anyone else would like to add, Romain?
If
yes?
I can, yes, thank you. So for our project, the main constraint was the exhibition, because we had some kind of hard pressure to deliver results and content for this exhibition. And when I signed for this project, I guess I was naive. I didn't realize that it would be quite a lot of pressure to build such a huge device and make it work for an exhibition 3 years later or 4 years later.
Okay, I heard that we have a lot of questions from the audience, and
May I add something too?
Yes.
I think to realize the bigger goals of our project, a big challenge is the gray area of copyright law. So
okay.
It's both that the laws seem to be wrong, but that's not the main point. The main point is that people don't, like if I asked a lawyer at my university who my overhead for my project is supposed to cover, they have no specialized knowledge of how copyright law plays out on the internet involving many countries and so on. So they can't give advice on where the border in the gray line goes. And this seems to be for all university lawyers in the Netherlands or whatever too. And the result is that they take a very cautious approach. Mm-hmm. And it seems feasible that like centrally the EU would have some legal expertise that could serve the whole EU on this matter, including our projects, as opposed to the university lawyers who cannot specialize on thorny issues such as copyright law.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know that we have a lot of questions from the audience, and I understand that Martine Garnier can deliver them.
Yes. So we have one question, or maybe I should switch to French. I'm sorry. Nous avons.
We have one question from Flore Laroche for Romain. One is about the transferability of your method. The History Museum of Nantes owns an exceptional collection of headdress from Brittany. I use a laser and scan 3D and photogrammetry. I think it's not adapted. Can I use your approach for these objects, for these dresses? Microphone, please.
Okay.
Sorry, I'd have to see the objects. What I know for sure is that if this gentleman is not happy with the result he gets after photogrammetry has been applied or 3D scans have been used, then I don't think that we can do much. We have to know what the material is and then see what the geometry is. So we have to look at it, and maybe we should develop new acquisition methods for geometry. But you can send me an email and we can have a chat and we can send me photographs. Okay, we have also a question. We also have a question from Mr. Muller to Gilles Pasternak, but it's in English. So I'll read it in English.
Presentation, Jill, could you elaborate on how your findings might lead to complicating the, as far as I see it, dominantly positive notion of digital heritage?
Interesting question.
Thank you. Yes, very interesting question. I think I should possibly clarify that from the outset, DigiConflict, it's in the name. We've approached digital heritage with a level of suspicion, which is not to say that we are against digital heritage, not at all. But from the very outset of the project, we identified some gaps. So we live in a world where digital and digitization is spoken of as something very positive, something that can lead to a better society, inclusion, diversity, building bridges between cultures and so on. And we believe this is true. I don't want to suggest otherwise. But I think that what we are trying to also demonstrate is that as any other technology in human history, it is a question of how one uses it. And in this respect, digital heritage, as I think the projects I showed today, the case studies I showed today demonstrate, at least some of them, it can also be used to build such bridges between, let's say, other types of groups who are not necessarily so interested in building bridges with external parties, but rather to strengthen the cultural links amongst themselves and to strengthen or to make themselves more powerful, almost against the rest of a social group or a cultural environment. So I think this conflict is embedded in any technology, but for that reason also in digital heritage. And I'm not sure if, with all modesty, I'm not sure if this is something completely unique to this project. I think there's been some literature already that demonstrated the digital heritage can also have some negative consequences to it. And I think we will probably need to reflect on this question more deeply once we write the conclusions of our project. I cannot really say how it's going to shape the future of discussions in the field, but I think it's definitely something that has been there and is already there in the field. And it's something that I believe we need to look into more closely, precisely because of what you said in your question, that digital heritage has this aura of something that can save everything, that can change everything for the better. We hope so, but we want to raise the concern that it may do the opposite as well.
Okay,
Thank you very much. I switch to French. Nous avons,
we have a question, a twofold question by Marie-Pierre Desfilets. First of all, to Sylvie Merviel, amongst all the devices, which are those that work best? And one to Romain, the Ethnography Museum in Bordeaux. Will it present this work for the Heritage Days? And please be quick in your answer, be brief. There is no more efficient when it depends on the type of audience, on their age, on their digital culture and abilities. The Pepper's Ghost at the moment is very attractive because it's brand new. What we can't determine and decide is whether this attraction will last. Thank you, Romain. I'll let Solène reply. Unfortunately, no, because the exhibition will close at the end of May this year, so it won't be part of the things that will be presented for the Heritage Days. Florina, you have...
Okay. Yes. Are we, I'm not sure if we have one more question coming, or are we, okay, then let me conclude. We've discussed for completely different types of project in terms of their content, yet using technology as the main tool, and I think that this is how we should regard it, technology, what Professor Pasternak has said, that this is, after all, just a tool, and still it's up to us how we engage it. However, despite the fact that the projects are so different, you've mentioned several similarities in terms of constraints that you've come across. So one of them being financial, running time, or aging target group. In this particular case is one more, but when we deal with heritage, time and running time is of high importance in every other field as well. But I would also like to focus on this legal aspect that was raised, both in terms of very complicated law, intellectual property law, but also heritage protection law, and also the fact that sometimes, I hope there aren't too many lawyers in the room, that lawyers do not keep up with the speedy development of the research and of the tools that we are using. And as a representative of the public sector, I can say that we are trying to do our best to speed up. Okay, and I think this concludes our discussion for this evening. It's a pity we couldn't meet in person, because we would definitely continue into long hours of talks. And I do hope that we will have a chance for a reunion once this whole terrible time is over. So I would like to thank all our speakers. I would like to thank the organizers and all of the audience, especially those who asked questions. I hope this was fruitful time for you. And I wish you all the best, and may we all stay safe and healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Merci beaucoup, Paulina, d'avoir animé cette session.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Paulina,
you.
for moderating the session.
Okay, this was one in a time experience.
Okay, it's finished.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Merci beaucoup, c'est fini. Merci.
Thanks.
Merci. Au revoir.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Bonjour à nouveau à toutes et
Good
à tous.
afternoon again, everyone, for the next part of this symposium. I hope you could find out about the 5 projects that are presented in the poster sessions and that you could talk to our partners. The second panel discussion for this first day is called Digital as a New Means to Articulate or to Organize Conservation and dissemination. We're very happy to welcome Constanza Miliani, who is head of the Institute of Heritage Science at the National Council for Research in Italy. She's also part of the scientific group of the JPI Cultural Heritage. Mrs. Miliani, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to host and share this roundtable this afternoon, and the topic is digital technologies as a means to articulate conservation and dissemination. We are going to discuss together which are the potential and challenges of the use of digital technology in the field of heritage science. Heritage science is this large and inclusive umbrella of different disciplines with the main goal and objective of understand, preserve, and disseminate the value of cultural heritage. Cultural heritage also in a broad sense, including natural heritage, cultural heritage, tangible and intangible. And also this afternoon, with the red line of digital technology, we will do together a journey on different types of heritage. Tangible heritage has written manuscript, tangible heritage as coins, but also intangible heritage, dance, and audiovisual heritage that I see as an hybrid between tangible and intangible. We are going to discuss with you 4 different challenging projects that was funded under the JPI call Digital Heritage, the project CADEA, Home, SCADA, and ARCH. And for doing this, we have a very important group of panelists, also them with different expertise, perfectly in line with the idea and goal of heritage science. So the first speaker is Ego Müller, Professor of Media and Communication at the Department of Media and Cultural Studies. And he was the leader of the EU-funded EU Screen XL. And he is going to discuss with us the CADEA project together with Maria Eriksson. She is postdoc at the Human Lab Umeå University, and her research is between ICT, social anthropology, and media archaeology. The speaker then is also Dominique Stutzman, senior researcher and head of the department in Latin paleography. He is a leader of what we can call artificial paleography, so the application of AI to increase our understanding in the history of writing. He's going to speak about home, history of medieval Europe. The other person, an expert of our roundtable, is Frank Moulton, director of research and leader of Mimetic Group. He's an expert in research regarding measure, analysis, and modeling and simulation of human motion. And for us, he will discuss the simulation and modeling of dance as an intangible heritage. Then we move to the tangible heritage with Professor Andrew Meadow, Professor of Ancient History at Oxford University. And he's an expert of history, numismatics, epigraphy of the Hellenistic world. And he will present the ARCH project, Ancient Coinage and Related Cultural Heritage, together with Frédéric Douillerand. and she's director of the Department of Coins, Medal and Antiquity at the National Library of France, assistant professor of Greek history, but also expert of archaeometry of coins. So we are ready to start this exciting session, and I give the floor to the first speaker, that is Ego Müller. Please.
Thank you, Costanza, for this nice introduction, for all the speakers of this roundtable, and thank you for inviting us to present our project. It's called, in the longer title, European History Reloaded, and I'll present this project together with my colleague Maria Eriksson from Umeå University. I'll start a little bit with the project history, since this project is a spin-off of two earlier projects, a follow-up of the EU Screen projects, where we, with 35 archival partners from across Europe, have digitized audiovisual collections and made them accessible online, 60,000 of them on our own website, euscreen.eu. But we also aggregated metadata of the digitized collections of our partner archives and shared them on Europeana.eu, where this material now is accessible. And a question that rose during the project by all the archival partners is, what happens to archival audiovisual material once it's made available online, accessible online? We don't know a lot about it. So the fear was that the material might be pirated, that there might be inappropriate reuse beyond the context of the original sources. What happens when stuff is playlisted and shared in different contexts and remixed? And the very question is, do we then see reinterpretations of archival sources and our heritage? So what happens? We transformed that to a number of proper research questions. How can you track and trace audiovisual heritage online? That's the basic question, since if we don't, if we aren't able to trace it, we can't say anything about reuse. On what platforms then, and in what context does reuse happen? Do these new forms of circulation challenge established historical narratives? What communities engage in reuse of audiovisual heritage? What are their sources? How does reused heritage circulate online? And finally, what are the implications for the understanding of digital archives, heritage, and historical identity in general? We translated that to three work packages or sub-projects. Work package 1, tracing and tracking audiovisual heritage, done by the Humanities Lab at Umeå University in Sweden. Work package 2, the textual analysis of remix videos carried out by our colleagues of the Institute of Czech Contemporary History of the Academy of Science of the Czech Republic. And work package 3, finally, the ethnography of remix culture, what we have done in Utrecht. So I hand over to my colleague Maria Eriksson for the next slides on the first work package.
Right, so I've been involved in the first work package within this project, where we are exploring how the digitization of audiovisual cultural heritage collections can open up for new ways of studying and exploring reuse. So in this part of the project, we are working closely together with programmers at HumLab at Umeå University, which is a digital humanities lab. And we are currently in the process of developing an open source tool for tracing and tracking reuse within a designated archive. So this can either be one of a bigger digitized collection that is managed by a public archive, for example, but it could also be a digitized collection of videos that have been downloaded from the internet or gathered from online. So our idea with this is partly to explore these technological opportunities of seeing and approaching audiovisual content with the help of machine and machine learning tools. But we are also interested in engaging in a broader critique and discussion around automated techniques for monitoring and identifying digital content in different ways. So I think we can, yeah, great. In the prototypes that we're developing now, we are using convolutional neural nets and a couple of other existing open source tools to study reuse. The idea is that this tool could, for example, be used to ask a question such as how does selected footage from the fall of the Berlin Wall or the moon landing or whatever it can be reappear within an archive? And what is good about this technology that we are working with is that it offers a strategy to sort of sidestep manually added metadata and instead perform content-based of search and content-based ways of finding visual similarities within an archive. So what this tool essentially does is to estimate statistical likenesses between digital files by comparing their key visual characteristics. And for example, we are working with a collection of Swedish film footage now, mainly non-fiction newsreels and films from the late 19th century. And the idea is to see how the original footage reappears in a series of Swedish films that were done in the early 1900s using this technique. This tool will be available online through a platform called Jupyter Notebooks that makes it possible to execute this code in real time, hopefully for most users, archives and academics. In this process of working with this tool, we are also trying to reflect a lot on the sort of cultural dynamics of machine vision and these different distant viewing techniques that we are working with. So on the one hand, we're trying to build a sort of methodologically functioning tool, but on the other hand, we're also exploring sort of how these machines and algorithmic techniques see and understand audiovisual content in different ways. You're muted now, I think, Ego.
Thank you. So in the second work package, we discuss what you can refer to as popular history that we then see online based on the archival material. And it's mostly about contemporary popular remediation of that material, linked to the Eastern European communist history and linked to the Velvet Revolution and the post-communist remembrance of that. And what we see is that the remediation of that material can present alternative versions of history, but also can focus on entertaining or aesthetic aspects without any historical and social background, which brings our colleagues from Prague to question notions of heritage and collective memory in the way we are used to discuss them in a very positive, dominantly positive way, and the taken for granted self-evidence of European history and identity. That is not what they observe looking at these resources, which are mostly linked to a less bright past. In workbench 3, we have carried out one case study which deals with a rather disturbing form of remix, the vaporwave culture, that has different brands. But we've studied one brand which you can describe as vapor war videos. Based on footage from rather diverse sources that we can't trace yet, but it's from all European countries, and it seems to celebrate the war aesthetics of past decades in a rather uncritical and mostly nostalgic way. So it's interesting how these subcultures of sharing and remixing archival material collaborate. The other case study is has just started. It's on a more popular form of heritage, the Eurovision Song Festival, that couldn't take place due to the pandemic last year. And there's started a rather rich culture of remixing old videos from the festivals and the songs. And my colleague Abby Weisdorf is now trying to get in contact with these remixes in this culture, which is very rich. But there's no conclusions yet for this second case study. What we can observe in concluding is that it's not easy to track and trace archival material, since these tools for tracing and tracking are not available and not easy to scale. But there's endless tools to remix the stuff. So the access to remix is rather easy. What we then see is that archival material that is from historical sources that might be used in documentaries and news programs is not that popular within the remix cultures. There's subcultures like the vaporwave culture that uses this stuff a lot, but we see way more remixing once it comes to sources that are linked to popular culture, like the Eurovision Song Festivals or popular films or television series. There's a lot out about The Simpsons that also more easily can be found. The reuse is then linked to online communities mostly, and the link to that community's identity politics, and often focused on just that community and has no intention to find a broader public. But what we have to conclude at this moment is that the reuse is not easily traceable for archival institutions. The bigger companies like YouTube and thus Google have their tools ready and trace everything that is shared on YouTube. However, we don't have access to these corporate institutional tools. And what we can build and offer archives probably at the end of this project will be way smaller in scale, but we'll see what use archives might want to make of these tools to see how and where the material is reused once it has gone online. Well, we have a list of publication that's not interesting, so if you want to contact us or have questions later in the roundtable, please contact us. Thank you.
Well done, Ego and Maria. Many thanks for this presentation. I really push the wide audience we have this afternoon to think about question, and we will be very happy to take this question at the end of the session. And now the floor is for Dominique Stutzman. He's going to discuss with us the challenge and results of the project Home History of Medieval Europe. Please, Dominique.
Thank you, Costanza, for this introduction. I will now speak about the European project, History of Medieval Europe, with the acronym HOME. So there is a tension, obviously, between something that is very big the history and at a large scale, and the notion of home that is in the title. And this is because we wanted from the very beginning to have a user-centered development for the citizens of Europe. We addressed the notions of intangible and tangible heritage applied to the European Middle Ages with a European consortium that has been developed in the for the call of the JPI cultural heritage, the call digital heritage. And this is from scratch an interdisciplinary research combining the humanities, computer science, and cultural heritage institutions. The partners are the researchers in humanities, that is my institution, the French Institute for Research and History of Text, two institutions in computer science, the Polytechnic University in Valencia in Spain, and Teclia, which was a startup in artificial intelligence and machine learning applied to cultural heritage. Our partners in the cultural heritage world are mainly the Czech National Archive, but also the network Icarus, which is based in Austria, but covers all of Europe and has also partners in Northern America. This consortium includes people and institutions that were already involved in a previous project, which was Humanis, also funded by the JPI Cultural Heritage, in which we had indexed the full text of 80,000 pages of medieval registers, which does not seem a lot compared to Google Books, but which is very massive for medieval studies. So what we want to do now is to apply sort of the same techniques to a larger corpus and to apply new techniques. So our new corpus are all sorts of legal documents of the Middle Ages, mainly stored and copied in book form. Those books that store these legal documents, which we call acts or charters, are called registers and cartularies according to how they have been copied or compiled. Registers are the books of the issuing authority, and cartularies are the books of the receiving institutions. And in that, of course, with the addressing the question of legal documents in the Middle Ages, we address something that goes beyond the tangible heritage of medieval manuscripts. Those are, it's granted, precious artifacts that the average citizen cannot access easily, but they are also part of an intangible heritage, which is the memory attached to these objects. For example, the corpus that we studied in Humanis, it was the registers of the French king and the French chancery. And this is the core of the French memory since the 13th century. They are kept in the Sainte-Chapelle, and they were acknowledged as being the memory of the king. So those books have much more to say in a symbolic way. But now what we want to do with them is to read, understand, and link those books as well from the symbolic part as from the textual content. You see in the zoom below that those books, those medieval artifacts, are not easy to read, even if they are carefully written. So anyone wanting to access them needs a translation or a transcription. And that is what a computer now can deliver. On the top of that, if you want to access, address, and question the information contained in these books, you have to be careful not to mix documents and text that do not belong together. That's what you see on my screen with the different colors in those books. People have copied text that do not belong together. It's not a novel. It's not following. It doesn't concern or pertain to the same topic. So those are independent texts. And what we want to do is to be able to read those texts, to autonomize and identify the pieces one by one, and then to extract information. So for the whole corpus, we want to map the existing medieval resources, the digital resources, and what we can index. This is very important to give to the European citizens an access to the sources, because not all of the corpus of the medieval sources are digitized, and some of them won't be digitized ever because they are lost. We know that they have existed, but they are not extant. So we need to think about what the user can find and can search for. And not easy, but an example, if you are interested in the persecution of Jews in the Middle Ages, it's a very tough topic. If you are looking in a data of medieval sources and you find or don't find the word Jew, well, first of all, you won't find it even if it's transcribed, because you have to search in all languages. It is Old German, Old French, Old Latin, etc. And then if you have random results like in Google, you don't know what you have searched into. And if you have only results in, let's say, southern France, it doesn't mean that there were no Jews in northern France or in Germany. It only means that perhaps the resources are not accessible or are not indexed. So this is a very important part of the project, to be able to give a census of what we are working on. Building on the top of that, we do now perform text recognition and data mining. Text recognition, this is providing a transcription like an OCR, but from manuscripts. Then data mining for us is now focused on named entity recognition, that is spotting the names of person and places. In this regard, we have obviously linked with the Time Machine organization. Some of us are also personally involved in Time Machine. And not only spotting where does name are in the text, but also identify which names they are, and linking them in a convenient, in a relevant way within each document, and then making connections to other documents when necessary. So we, as I said in my previous slide, we have to distinguish between different texts in a one and single book, because if the French king is issuing a charter for, let's say, Nîmes in southern France, and then the same day is issuing a charter for northern France, then it's not because two names are on the same page that they are linked. It's a very weak link. We have to identify where is the end of a text and where is the beginning of the next one. We have some publications on that. This is very specific, but very important. Now, perhaps less specific and more accessible for everyone to is the named entity recognition. Here, an example in medieval Czech. You have someone called Panichenka Zwartenberka. We can now identify that Zwartenberka is a place name. The question is obviously if Wartenberga is Württemberg in Germany, or if it is Wartenberg, a small town, a small village near Prague. In this case, Mr. Cheng comes from a place near Prague, which from the language of the document is not astonishing, but you have many ambiguities, and it's a huge challenge to identify correctly. Or what we now want to do is to provide scholars with hypotheses and with preliminary identifications that they can discuss, because sometimes medieval scholars do not agree on the solution, on the identification. So machines can help suggesting answers. And now this is our current interface. You see how we have combined in this image the text transcription, and the blue informations with log and per are the named entity that are recognized. Having said that, I want to go further and giving some ideas for the roundtable and our common discussion. First, I want to remind us all that digitization is not conservation, that it may help giving a new access, but we still, well, cultural heritage institutions still need money to preserve the original artifacts, because digitization does not replace the original artifacts. Another broad idea that I would like to discuss later is to identify in all what we are doing that we are missing information. Of course, we are working with big data and almost unending data on the web, but that still is not the complete information, the complete story. And there are communities who do not have a written memory or a recorded memory. And last point for the last minute, what we are doing is now very traditional in a way that we are focusing on names of person and places. That is what historians did in the 19th century already. But now that we are transcribing the full text, we are opening all questions for all scholars, and focusing on named entities is a key to opening the geographic dimensions, local, national, and global, because you can now have ideas on how people who are traveling, and we know that most citizens are interested in what happened in their hometown, and discovering with named entity identification that the King of France issued charters for people traveling from Prague, from Germany, from Italy, from Spain. That is a way to build a more connected history of Europe, not only at a political level, but seeing that there were mobilities in the Middle Ages, and that this is also a memory that we have to foster and strengthen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Perfect. We have seen how these big data extracted from digitized text can be really the fuel for a time machine that is bringing us to the past, to the mobility and history and culture of our Europe people as a whole. And now is the way and the floor is for our next speaker, that is Frank Moulton, speaking about SCADA. Here we have already the first slide, so please, Frank, the stage is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. So, je vais continuer en français pour la suite. Donc,
So I'll speak French. This project, the Shadow project, endeavors to safeguard intangible cultural heritage, which is dance. In some countries, very few groups still dances. So the idea was to use technology in order to try and preserve these cultures for as long as possible. So the project is steered by the University of Cyprus, which is highly experienced in these dance issues. Another collaboration was with Warwick University for AR and VR, and also the University of Rennes, which has 2 databases for dance and 2 teams, Christic in Reims, and the team that I lead in Lille, which deals with virtual reality and movement. As I said, the objective of this project is to preserve immaterial cultural heritage, that is dance. Most of the time, dance is represented usually by videos where we can see a number of dancers, and these videos can be annotated, or we use symbolic annotations such as that of Laban, which makes it possible to characterize the movements involved. The thing is that if we want to preserve this heritage and just digitizing things is not enough to make this culture last. So we try to go further. So if you want a dance to last, if you want anybody in the world to learn this dance and dance it, do use annotations, because it's very difficult to learn to dance only based on a video. So my hypothesis was that we should try to make this dance last, because it could be remotely learned away from their original culture. To get this to this point, we had challenges to face. First of all, we had to capture the relevant information, so we must be able to capture it on site. For example, in the course of a festival, we must also not perturb dancers. We can't ask them to dress in a particular way, to wear sensors, but we can't pull them out of their environment into a laboratory, because there aren't laboratories, there aren't movement analysis laboratories everywhere in the world. So the first challenge was to try and measure the movement of a dancer in their own situation, while not disturbing the dancers as possible. So we thought that most people use skeletons. We thought that keeping the skeleton was not enough, and that we should be able to have the 3D shape of the dancer, including in particular his or her clothes, because lots of pieces of information in dance can be connected to contact, which are not materialized on the clothes or on the skeleton. Another thing is that dancing is not limited to movement, so we have to find a way to get information which supplements the movements. For example, playing along a scenario in music, and the maybe actor playing between several dancers. Another challenge was to store this information and make it available to the community. That was our colleagues in Cyprus' job. So they had to create an interface to annotate the data, the complementary information, and be able to store it and make it accessible to a large community. And it should allow somebody to say, I know this dance, let's take a salsa, and I'd like to find the dances with the same characteristics in the world, close to salsa, and the system should be able to come up with proposals of other dances. And the third challenge, and this is where our hypothesis is a bit unstable. We reckon that preserving things is to make them, to keep them alive by teaching them to the largest number of people as possible. So this entails being able to learn something remotely, because the teacher in Cyprus is not available for anybody in the world at any time. So we thought that virtual reality and augmented reality can help to make these dances alive, just the same as a language. So to do this work, we started off by assessing a number of tools that can measure and capture information movements. And very soon we eliminated the systems that use sensors that are born by the dancer. So we decided to use a camera-based means, and we looked at the state-of-the-art tools such as Open Pose, and we assessed this, what this managed to do compared to what we captured in our laboratory. And we saw that lots of very accurate, very specific pieces of information were lost. And also these based themselves on the skeleton. So we decided to use Microsoft Kinect, which measures the depth of an image, gives us the image, but also the depth at which the particular dot is. And you see on the left-hand side, we can detour, we can outline the silhouette of somebody. And we tested a native Kinect algorithm, and again we saw that it was mainly connected to the skeleton, and the skeleton was wrong and inaccurate. So we developed our own algorithm, which based on this silhouette seen from a particular point, there is missing information, everything that's behind the dancer. So we set up a method that uses a virtual human 3D model that we actually insert in the information we have, i.e. 2 or 3 dots are captured by Tenet. And the system we devised works pretty well, provided the data is quite clear. You can see an image, a picture in the bottom where things were not well done. See, this was supposed to be a human silhouette. There's a piece of thigh missing, there's no head, and the left arm has a sort of dragging image with it. So we have to work more on this, and we should be able to solve this in a few weeks' time. This is the kind of data we can have as input. We have a depth image seen from the side, and you see that the right arm is hidden, and you see on the right-hand side what we find. We managed to reconstruct the 3D shape of this person, including the parts that were hidden, and the red dots you see are the original data, i.e. the green dots on the picture on the left-hand side. So we need very little information to reconstruct this 3D movement, and we get something which is quite sleek and reliable. And from there, we could say that we captured the movement of a dancer, including the movement of the surface of the skin. And we hope soon the dancers' clothes, but that's another challenge. So based on this type of data, we have to enrich this data because dance is not only movement, it is much more. So we'll have to have information regarding music and also scenario, script and clothes and objects maybe that are handled during the dance. And as colleagues from Cyprus came up with a database that is supposed to gather all the possible cases based on conversations they had with experts on dance in a number of countries. And on the basis of this database, they set up dancemuseum.eu site. You can go there and see all these dances and be able to visualize and have lots of information connected to these dances. And in future, it will be possible, as you can see on the left-hand side, we will be able to extract automatically information about the style, which will make it possible to say, I've found a dance that I like, show me all the dances that are in the same style throughout the world so that I can see the variance from one country to the next. That was set up by our Cyprus colleagues. And then based on these two data, the great challenge is to disseminate this information broadly. And this to us means that we should be able to teach it elsewhere in a different place. So we worked with dance professionals in Rennes who defined what a dance learning process was, what the stages are in order to reproduce this in virtual reality as best as we can. Obviously, it will never be as good as the results you achieve with a dance teacher. For example, we saw that the person had to learn technical steps first, and then we'll use this highly stylized person on the right-hand side dancing hip hop. He reproduces the capture we did on the surface, and he will learn in his lesson to mime this style by superimposing our movement with that of the virtual coach. And then when we master the technical basis, we can go into music, for example, and we have some feedback for the correspondence between the feedback and music. And then we will construct a choreography using technical bases and how we shall articulate them to learn with all the repeats, to learn the choreography. And then we will add all the emotions and the actors play. And virtual reality helps us a lot because in dance, when you want to work on your emotions, you work using metaphors. You would say to a dancer, imagine you're in a storm and there's very strong wind and you have to struggle against the wind because you must give the impression that you are struggling against something, that something resists your movements. And the idea is that we can give life to these metaphors. We can be immersed in a storm, in water, or have a virtual adversary, and we can give life to these metaphors so that the person can play a role when they dance. So where have we got to? We have one early version of movement capture, including the surface, which should be refined because we have more raw data. We'll have to work for another few weeks on this. And the annotation tool is done and the database are ready. They can be used. We can enrich them with surface data. So we're working with our colleagues in Cyprus so that they can include the surface data that we have produced. Unfortunately, the data collection that was supposed to be carried out with non-professionals, that is museums, festivals, and dancing groups, couldn't take place because of COVID. So we could not enrich the database in this field. So we're waiting for the situation to ease a bit. So this is postponed a bit. having said that, the augmented reality and virtual reality system design will start very soon. We will test it on dancers, and also we'll carry out user-centered experiments with professional dancers in order to find out whether what we've done makes sense and is credible, so that we can create a cultural heritage and disseminate it. Thank you for your attention.
We are moving to the next speaker, and we are going to hear about the ARCH project on ancient coinage and related cultural heritage. The project is going to be presented by Andrew Meadow and his colleague at the National Library of France. And okay, so please, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the three project partners in this project. It is based partly at the University of Oxford, where we are doing a lot of the technical work with colleagues in the Centre for e-Recherche. In France, it is, as you can see, based at the Bibliothèque Nationale, where our main reference collection is based and where a good deal of the data collection is going on. And we have colleagues also at the University of Valencia who are working on a very specific element of the project, a sort of proof of concept, which I will come back to later on. What is the project and what's it all about? Well, it's about ancient coinage, and very specifically, it's about coinage that is not Roman and that is not Celtic or from Northern Europe. And this is something that in our technical field tends to get referred to as Greek coinage, which is rather an oversimplification. Greek coinage covers the entire ancient Mediterranean world, and indeed anywhere that Alexander the Great got to, which is quite a long way away. On the slide there, you see a map of all the mints, the Greek word, the French word, the English word there for the place of production, the monnaie in French, if you like. And you can see there are an awful lot of them. Somewhere in the order of 1,700, probably different production centers across this world, all producing different types of coinage in lots of different modern countries. And that's obviously a theme in this. We have here a common cultural heritage that is now split by borders. Not only is it geographically vast, the area we're talking about, we are talking about quite a long period of time. The first coins are invented in Western Asia Minor, modern Turkey, in the middle of the 7th century BC. And our project comes to an end with the conquest of this world by Rome. So taking us right down to, let us say, the reign of Cleopatra in Egypt. It covers, therefore, a large number of cultures that come and go over this period, not simply Greek-speaking peoples, but others too. And this is a very large body of cultural heritage. And herein lies one of the main problems that face us when we try to think about how to preserve, record, document this vast body of material. And the reason, of course, that it's such a problem is not simply that it's ubiquitous, it's huge, it covers a large period of time. They're made of metal, they are everywhere in the ground, and they are susceptible, therefore, to discovery in all manner of methods. Sometimes that is accidental, sometimes that is quite deliberate. And one of the key things that when we study coinage we are interested in is not simply where it came from, where it was produced, because the coins will tell us that quite often, but where it was found. And with so many of these things in existence, this is a significant problem for us when we want to do any sort of research. It's also a problem, of course, when it comes to matters of cultural heritage policy, national laws governing the trafficking of these objects. Knowing where an object was found is really rather important. I move now to what is rather, I'm afraid, a depressing slide, which is to show you the other side of this problem. And this is the antiquities trade in ancient coinage. On the two sides of the screen here, I've taken screenshots. I took them last week. The one on the left is from a site called Coin Archives, which is an aggregator of online auctions. And this has been running for about 20 years. And you can see that they claim now to be archiving 1,782,815 records. That is coins that have sold in the last 20 years. On the other side, a site that will be more familiar to most of you, I'm sure, is eBay. That is the result of just simply going to the ancient coins section of eBay and looking at how many coins were currently, and indeed may today, be available for sale on eBay. And that was last week, 105,776. If one does the sums on this, divides that number of coins sold at auction by 20 years, if one assumes that each one of those coins is on eBay for about a month, that means that approximately 1,358,452 coins are being sold per year, or 3,721 per day. Probably the majority of those have been illegally excavated or recovered from the ground somewhere in the world. So this is a vast, vast market in a highly portable, difficult to identify category of object. How do we begin to deal with this level of loss of information? And I think that's probably the best way to conceive of this, whether it's against the law in a particular country or not to be metal detecting or selling these coins, and national laws vary wildly. What is clearly being lost here is information that is useful to a wide variety of publics. The people who are likely to be interested in that, of course, are people who are interested in their own local history. What happened here 2,000 years ago? What was the money? What did it look like? It may be scholars who are interested in the circulation patterns, the way the ancient economy worked. It might be museum curators who want to know whether they can legally acquire an object or not, because again, they will be subject to rules that say they can or can't collect an object according to when it was found and where. So there are lots of different categories of knowledge that are being lost when these objects are ripped out of the ground, and there is no information about where they came from and when. So we could just throw up our hands in horror and say, well, that sounds like a pretty intractable problem. It's a huge world out there. There's no way that a single organization could begin to police this sort of activity, because we're talking about multiple modern countries in which these things happen. And the expertise that's needed to be able to identify, categorize an object from this vast array of material is similarly dispersed. So on the one hand, we'd like to get information out to a lot of people, but that information and that knowledge is also dispersed as well. And so the question is, what sort of solutions and how can digital technology begin to help us, let's say, in either explaining to local communities the value of the things they're finding in their ground, or of helping the law enforcement authorities to identify things that are appearing when people are stopped or searched. How do we provide a resource that is available to professionals working in heritage institutions, museums in particular, that will allow them to come to informed decisions about what they're looking at and where it might have come from, and indeed whether it has a past history. The study of coinage has been fortunate over the last 10 years in that it has, I mean, for a number of reasons, and the disparate nature of this material is one of them, surely, produced for itself a knowledge organization system. We have a project called nomisma.org, which has developed both the controlled vocabularies that are necessary to talk about these sorts of objects, and also an ontology which allows us to talk about the relationships that exist within and around this category of evidence. So we don't start from scratch, and the ARCH project was very specifically built to leverage, in the American term, this form of resource organization system, which works on the principles of linked open data. These vocabulary and our ontology exist in specific format, resource description framework, RDF, which allows for a relatively straightforward interchange of information across a number of different institutions and projects. And indeed, at this point, a very large number of institutions and projects are signed up to what we might describe here as an ecosystem. Many of the major museums are now contributing to the resources that are being built on this. So what is the ARCH project actually doing? Well, we're taking two approaches, essentially. One is a worldwide one that feeds into that first map that I showed you. And the other is a specific case study, a deep dive into a particular area that is taking place in Valencia. And what we're trying very simply to do is to provide reference sets. One of the key opportunities, obviously, with this material is the application of AI, ultimately, in the mass identification of objects, and that's going to be part of the solution. But one can do nothing without a reference set to begin with. And we also need a reference set that is human readable as well as machine readable. So our ambition is nothing less than to create a reference set, and here is where the encyclopedic collection of the Bibliothèque Nationale comes in for the whole ancient world. So we have a team of postdocs in France who have been busy producing out of some really rough and raw material an overall typology for the whole of coinage, and have been linking it to the records in the Bibliothèque Nationale. And if I was able to share my screen, I would show you what that looks like now, but we are starting to get real coverage. And we're not working alone in here. There are other projects at various other institutions that are not part of this project that are working on certain parts of the world. And because we're in a linked data environment, we will be able to join everything up at the end. So that's what's going on in Paris. By the end of the year, we hope we will have an online reference tool that will be illustrated and that will provide a resource, both human and machine readable, ultimately, for the identification of material, which will allow people at various levels to interact with this in ways that they simply can't at the moment. And our interfaces will be multilingual, which obviously is the other barrier here. Our colleagues in Spain, meanwhile, will be taking a deeper dive, and I'll try and show you what that looks like. Again, I can't without sharing the screen to their resource, unfortunately. You can already see the results of the work that's going on in Paris. That is not just being fed into the online portal that we will specifically create, which will be a linked data native portal called Online Greek Coinage, and it does now exist. But that cataloguing also goes into the Catalogue Général of the Bibliothèque Nationale de France and subsequently populates Gallica, for example. So there are multiple outputs, in fact, of what we're doing. Meanwhile, the project in Spain, Moneda Ibérica, is going into every single last detail of the coinage of ancient Iberia, and is not only linking to objects that are in the Bibliothèque Nationale, but is leveraging an existing database of coins that have appeared in auction, as well as one of local collections. So it will create almost a view of the entirety of the coinage of this part of the world, not simply in terms of the types we're talking about, but also of the specimens that have passed through the market, which is obviously an important thing for individuals concerned about provenance of objects. And there, just to show, we try again, and with the Spanish project, they are mapping in fine spots of these objects, so that for those who are interested in their local history, and we have a partnership there with the local museum in Valencia, we are able to hopefully begin to hit audiences who would not normally consider themselves to be numismatically interested. So the one portal, it does exist now. All I can show you is some screenshots of this. Here is a very skeletal record for a city in Phoenicia at the far end of the Mediterranean. These will be padded out with more information, full descriptions in French and English, as well as I said, illustrated examples in due course. We're running a little behind because of the virus. Needless to say, we were supposed to be more or less finished by the middle of this year. It's not going to be until December. And finally, there is going to be, of course, a workshop and a book. The workshop, again, is now postponed. We hope it'll happen in September. That's an illustration not of the book that we will write, but the book of a past project, which also sought to look at what can be done with this sort of linked data resource once it exists, and that was devoted to Alexander the Great. Our focal point this time round will be interaction across the Pyrenees. Since we have French and Spanish partners, our aim will be to take a look at what we can do with this data once it exists, and what sort of stories we can tell. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And so we had heard all the 4 projects, and we open now the round table. We have about 15 minutes, and I'm going to divide the time we have in 3 parts. One for each of the main axes of heritage science, so valorization, dissemination, and enhancement. 1, understanding. 2, and 3, conservation. So for the first axis, I would like to ask Ego and Maria to comment if during this period of COVID, they have observed or analyzed the use of audiovisual also has a meaning and as a way for enhancing the level of teaching and learning from remote.
Thank you, Constanza. That's a very good question. However, we didn't research that questions and have no data to say anything about this. What we observe, I guess, in most countries, and where I know a lot about is that in the Netherlands, there's way more use of streaming media. And once you start streaming and do it in an automatized way, if you go, for example, on YouTube, go on play the next video automatically, there will be material from archives that will be played in your screen, since the algorithms in certain contexts will detect archival material. But that's something that we didn't research systematically. So I can't say anything research-based in reaction to your question. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. But I think we are going to see that there will be a use of audio-visual also for teaching and learning purposes due to remote learning that we are following in these days. And
well,
then, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not a new development, since these resources are out there, and we used them in teaching and learning contexts already since quite some years.
Mm-hmm.
And the COVID is more a hinder to that use, since if you have big classrooms, streaming video via Zoom or Teams is a really bad experience. So we are back to using pictures instead of video.
Yeah, all right. And to Dominique and Andrew, I'm wondering if the use of augmented reality and virtual reality can help the valorization and enhancement of value of this written text or coin. So maybe Dominique can start on this. Did you thought about apply augmented reality to this?
To be fair, in my projects with the funding we have, no, because it's not in the scope of what we applied for.
Of course, but do you think it could be possible?
There are local, yes, but for Time Machine, for example, or in Icarus, there are projects where those historical artifacts are included in the daily environment, in activities, in museums or in sites which use virtual reality. And their books, well, books are always a difficult artifact to explain, because it's so dense in information. But yes, there are parts of it that are used in projects using virtual reality.
And for what is regarding the acts of increase the understanding of the heritage using digital method, I'm wondering if in the project Home, again for Dominique, or after the experience of this project, they are thinking also to develop a collaborative platform for editing, for example.
We had that in Humanis. We had a crowdsourcing function, and people could correct the transcription. Now, personally, I think that machine learning help us to such progress and such success in transcribing that it is now the time to focus on machine learning. And afterwards, when we have reached the point where the machine stopped, then we will reopen to the transcription, because what we did 2 years ago with collaborative environment, this is already completely passé, and what we are producing fully automatically now is better than texts that are transcribed with the help of average citizens. So I see no, of course it's important, it's a way to involve people, to have a dynamic, active relationship to cultural heritage. But here in this case, it's only communication tool. It's valorizing the activity, but it's not producing valuable data. And I'm always scared to let people do things when they realize that it was in vain. So I would be very careful in this regard right now.
Okay, thank you, very interesting. And what about the use of scientific data for those tangible objects as the manuscript or the coins? Do you think in the future will be also interesting to put on this large database also scientific data? for the scholar? I mean, scientific data, for example, hyperspectral imaging in the case of manuscript to reveal texts that are not easily readable, or for example, about the composition of the coins for the Arch project.
If I can answer for the coins, maybe?
Yes.
In fact, it's already what we are doing, because it's a shame that Andrew couldn't share his screen, because he could have showed you how it works. But in fact, it's full of scientific data, including the metal provenance, things like that, available to everyone. The new thing and the asset of this tool is that, as you can imagine, numismatics is a very technical discipline, and it's quite a small one. So most people, including our scholars, historians or archaeologists, consider they are not capable of dealing with it, and have a struggle, in fact, to include these artifacts in their researches. With the tools we are providing now, you just need to have your coins in front of you and enter what you see on the coin, let's say a horse, and the machine will give you an answer, and with that answer you will have all the data, the scientific data you need. And if I can answer to your preceding questions, I think I agree with Dominic with the fact that for the type of material we have, in fact, artificial intelligence is really the future. We are currently working on new tools to extract the information from the auction catalogs that Andrew showed you at the beginning of his speech, which are really an Everest for us, because it's such an enormous amount of data. It's much more data than there are in public collections, for instance. And most of them are extremely difficult to track. But thanks to artificial intelligence, we really hope we will be able to deal with this data, find the provenance, gather them according to scientific classification, and include them to our database.
Perfect, thank you very much. And for the third axis, conservation, and appreciated the comment Dominic did at the end of his presentation, saying that we have to take care regarding the fact that digitizing an object does not mean conserve and preserve the object for the future. But on the other side, we can see how the digitalization for intangible heritage is a form of preservation. And I kindly ask the Mueller to comment on this. No, sorry, I don't remember the, yeah. Can you comment regarding the dance? So how much is important the digitalization to preserve intangible heritage?
So if I can answer on this, yeah. For the dance, effectively, many people until now have tried to make a lot of videos, drawing, things like that. But as mentioned, Dominique, digitalization is not preserving because you just store the information somewhere and that's it. And that's why in the SHEDAR project, we really want to push the idea that to preserve something, we have to make it be alive and to make it live. For example, if you want to preserve a language, this language has to be learned somewhere, to be practiced somewhere. And so I think for intangible things, it's important that practice is a key. Practice is really important. If you just store the data somewhere, intangible things still remain intangible somehow. And if you want these intangible things become more real, more realistic, you have to practice. Exactly as for language. You know, when you hear people speaking in Chinese, if you are not Chinese citizen, it looks really strange. But if you learn a little bit of Chinese, then it's not so strange, and you can begin to understand, and you can make it live and share with other people. That's why we really believe that virtual reality and augmented reality can help people to practice especially in the case of only few people practice this dance. And you have a little chance to meet these people in the world. So by using virtual reality and augmented reality, you increase the chance of virtually meeting this culture. That's the key idea.
Thank you. And what about the sonic heritage? Are you linking also study on the sound with the dance?
That's a good question. For the moment, we mainly focus on the motion, the music, but we don't take care about the spatialization of the sound and information like that. I think it could be interesting. The most difficult thing is that if you are in a festival, it's very difficult to make a lot of equipment to measure things. And so you can only record with a video or something like this. So the quality of the sound and the music is very low. But it's a very good point to mention here. And for the moment, we only have limited research on that.
Okay, thank you. Again, regarding conservation, so I would like Andrew to comment more about the potential of digital technology and what they are doing to work against the loss of material and loss of heritage for looting. And this is, I think, very interesting. Andrew.
Yeah, I think probably in some ways this is as much a question for Frédérique as it is for me, since she's at the sharper end of this. But
yes. So yes, it's useful, but I would say it's not in this way that is not for collections. I mean, where in fact this sort of project has been extremely useful is to provide pools of data for security enforcement, law enforcement services fighting the looting of cultural heritage. Because in fact, through the ART project, what we have been able to do is to provide pools of data to big European projects like Provision that is working to improve the big data mining tools used by different police services in Europe. And we have helped them training the machines for them then to be able to identify coins, let's say on eBay or on auction online and things like that. And in this way, in fact, it's a way of protecting cultural heritage more than really curating it.
Yeah, of course, but it's a form of protection and conservation also of material. Okay, I see our timer going to the end of this section. So again, many thanks to all of you. And we have seen the state of the art of new research on digital technology that are ranging from augmented reality, virtual reality, a lot of artificial intelligence. That is the new way the field is going through. And we have seen also a lot of cure and understanding of heritage, tangible and intangible. So really, we have done a good job. So thank you again. Now it is the turn of our public, and I think we are going to hear question from them.
Hello, merci beaucoup, Constanza. Nous avons...
Thank you so much, Constanza. I see we have a question from Mr. Mansouri about Biocyan with the shader project for Frank Moulton. He said, great approach. A dance is an interpretation. Can it really be reduced to something like a feature, just to the features of the dance? And what would those features be? Very good question. In fact, that's the whole difficulty behind the shader project. You can't get trapped in the visible portion of the dance, just the movement. So when we have exchanges with dancers and professionals, they ask this right away. And we tried to determine what would happen with the computerization and digitization. I showed you the table earlier where you have the music, the clothes, the set, role-playing, rhythm, any objects used on stage. So we try to categorize all of these items instant by instant, just like you would with a video. But we are naturally aware that we are missing out a lot of information, and there's still a lot of work to do on that level. Yes, excellent question. Thank you. Thank you. I think that we had this question we just covered so far only. I don't see any other questions coming in. Constanza, in that case, if you would like, I'd suggest you reach our conclusion for the roundtable session here for our panel discussion.
So I would like also ask to our speaker and our guests if they have any other comments, in case, since we have 3 minutes more. No, we are okay. So I'm going to close this interesting session on the use of new technology for dissemination and conservation of heritage. We have done a very nice and interesting journey through the history, through the space, and with different type of heritage. So again, many thanks for your contribution, and I wish you a good work for the next period of the project you are leading. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this conclusion. Of course, I would also like to thank Ms. Polina Florianovic and Constanzo Miliani for moderating brilliantly these panel discussions, as well as all of the speakers for our first day. What exciting presentations. It is testimony to the wide variety of subjects we have in common. And we'll be able to talk even more about all of those aspects involved in heritage and digital sciences. I'd like to thank the 450 participants who were here with us today. Your presence is so stimulating for us, and it is proof that there is a promising future for digital sciences. So I'd like to wish you an excellent evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp for another impressive program that will be presented by Charles-Louis de Loison, who is the Vice Chair of DPI Culture and Heritage. He'll be replacing me tomorrow. So thank you once again, and enjoy your evening.